Michael's average walking speed is like 2 to 3 miles an hour. Roughly.
We did that yesterday. Today.
Dude, you want to see my new technology?
What is that?
You know how people wear tinfoil hats?
Yes.
I have this to protect my head from aliens and 5G.
You guys didn't even see it. You saw it. Okay.
That's in all my hats I put tinfoil to protect.
Is that bad for your head?
It's protecting from 5G.
But it could be bad for your scalp and your hair follicles.
I'm gonna double check that.
Okay. What a nice spot. Ooh. I might just have to do that.
Yeah, if you're ever interested in going to a school for psychedelic studies, we've got it out here.
Yeah.
I would like to use napping.
Wait till he sees like every other part of town. There's so much more. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Something that he can't miss. I tried to make a short list. It was like. Hold on. I gotta show you guys what I see here.
Song_and_dance says this is how paradise must look like.
Oh my god! Where are we?
C_Theory7 says holy brave mother Gaia.
Oh! You guys, we're on our way to Mission Dolores. So when my title says something, I could change it throughout the stream. All right, hi everybody, welcome in. My name is Danny. Thank you so much for being here. How's it going? It is August 6th, 2026. And it is a beautiful day. Thank you so much for being here. What's up, Lakebug? August 6th, 2026, guys. Thursday. We're almost done with the first week of August. Already, dude. It's insane. What's up, Christian? How are you, dude? It's so good to see you. So good to see you. Rainbow, hello, how are you? Thank you so much. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the tier 3 resub. 29 months. Oh my god. Thank you so much. That helps so much with the plus points. We gotta get those plus points up to 100 this month. Thank you. What is up, Brett? How are you? Hi, Pools Mermaid. What up, Fiend? What's up, Groot? Parazak. Vikite. Hi, how are you? 56 months. Holy shit. Oh, I refreshed my phone. I see it in the events list. I don't see it in the chat. Oh my god. Holy shit, guys. Can we talk about that? 56 months. Oh my god. That's forever, dude. That's so many freaking years. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. That's incredible. That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible. You're almost at 5 years, right? Whoa. Thank you. Let's go. Can we get some W's in the chat? Some hearts in the chat. Rainbow, 56 months. Yeah, I don't see it in the chat, but when you brought it up, I go over here to the event list, and the event list did not do me dirty. Now, if I refresh, hi Rainbow, hi Realm Babe, hi Lakebug, Cynic, right? I see all those names right now, right? I'm gonna refresh it. Oh, it's actually working. Sometimes when I refresh it, it deletes all my most recent activity events and stuff, so I get thrown off. Cynic, thank you so much for the resub at the very beginning. Thank you so much. 19 months. Thank you. That's epic. Let's freaking go. How are you, Cynic? How's everything? Vikite, how are you? Realm Babe, how you doing? What's up, boo? How goes it, brother? I'm just chilling. How about you? Hope you're feeling your best, Danny. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. I appreciate that. You too. You too. Always feels good to be in San Diego. I love it here. Everyone's very down to earth, and they enjoy and respect and appreciate all the resources that they have, you know. So I love it. I'm happy to be here. I actually got a visit right before I started stream. You guys, if you remember when I was in Ocean Beach one time, these two amazing people came up named Seth and Kelly. Remember? And then they were like, oh, well, we watch, but we're not chatters, right? But they keep up with the streams. They remember what happens. You remember when we were hanging out with them, they brought up some things that they remembered that they appreciated from stream, and it was like, could only be somebody who actually tunes in and pays attention and is a part of this journey from their own lens, right? And today, I literally parked here, and I was just going to put all this stuff in my backpack, and I was going to start my stream like somewhere else. I was going to walk a little bit and keep all my equipment in my backpack and then pull it out somewhere instead of like walking away from the van streaming or whatever. I don't know. Disassociate my van from the streaming. And Leo Mentul, hello. How are you? It's so good to see you. We are in SD. Yes, here we come. And but yeah, Seth and Kelly, they came by today. It just so happened that I had just parked, and then they were driving by just out of curiosity and to enjoy the area. And they had all these gifts in case they saw me, and they brought me all these amazing gifts. I'm so grateful. Super thoughtful. I already drank the smoothie they gave me, which was very appreciated. Got me some chippy chips because I do love having something salty and crunchy, and I feel like I'll always have like random things like protein bars and these little fruit strips and stuff like that that I keep in my backpack every stream. But I always tend to lack like something salty, so like I won't even just crave something salty. I'll literally like lack sodium sometimes. So it's nice to have something like that around. I do appreciate that. These little cocoa rolls, To achieve the perfect golden tan, we bake our cocoa rolls in small batches. And this amazing spam the chat with W's. Maybe it'll make it my thumbnail on Twitch. They gave me this like San Francisco art piece. Can you see it? You see that? Isn't it so sweet of them? They could be watching right now. Thank you guys again. It was lovely seeing you again. Perfect timing. This is such a fun thing here. Oh yeah, and remember when we were in Morro Bay and an osprey like picked up a fish out of the water and it was like flying away with a fish in its talons? And we were streaming when it happened, and we were with Sweaty Petals, remember? And she got this epic sticker that like commemorates that moment. Isn't that so fucking cool? The sticker has like all these other things within the art too. Like there's other animals, there's like other like symbolism and cool stuff all like drawn within the lines and stuff. It's very intricate, like you could stare at it for a while. And again with the people giving me hygiene products. If you guys live out of a van, I promise you eventually somebody's gonna give you hygiene products and it's gonna make perfect sense, right? This makes perfect sense. It's like dude wipes. I've seen these, right? And I carry like hand sanitizer, but I don't love to carry it because sometimes it'll leak in my bag and it's just such a pain in the ass. But these things, it's so funny because I've never really mentioned that, at least not very often on stream. And but these are kind of just like a sanitary wipe, you know, like but they're individually packaged so I can bring one with me while I'm streaming, so it doesn't have to be for your butt. So this would be like any kind of wipe. Or for whatever, right? But it's so helpful because it's pre-packaged, and there's always a moment where I'm like, fuck, I wish I could wash my hands, or I wish I could, you know, yeah, basically that. Or clean up a little mini mess that I make while eating fruit, or you know, you never know what's gonna. What if I get an injury or something? I think that this thing, I don't know if it's antiseptic. I don't know. Could I use it for that too? It has citric acid in it. Probably not. That would burn. But they are basically butt wipes. I could try them on my bum. What's up, Lone Ranger? Hey, Paul. Welcome in. Who knows? I might just get hooked on these things. Start bringing them to the restrooms in the morning. I'll have to contact Dude Wipes and see if we can get a sponsorship or something. But yeah, all these lovely gifts that I was not expecting at all. And then this really cool thing that has to do with the day I was born. And my birthday's coming up, so that's really cool. I haven't even read through it yet. Other people that were born on this day, though, Mahatma Gandhi, or Mohandas Gandhi. Gandhi and I share the same birthday. I've actually known that. I always thought that was really cool. Groucho Marx. Those born on the 2nd of the month are ruled by the number 2 and by the moon. Since number 2 people often make good coworkers and partners rather than leaders, those born on October 2nd may fit more easily into jobs and relationships. However, the influence of the number 2 may also act as a brake on individual initiative and action, producing frustration for October 2 people who must do things their own way. This is further complicated by the moon having strongly reflective and passive tendencies. On the good side, the Venusian qualities of Libra, I don't know, I can't see that word, it's blurred out, lend grace and charm, which can soften the bite of an October 2nd personality. Those born on October 2nd must be careful not to attract violence, either personal or accidental, due to suppression of aggressive impulses or fear of injury. If they are more of aggressive type, they must also beware of hurting others. Psychological counseling may provide benefit to October 2nd people in helping them discover what makes them tick and how they may correct their behaviors and attitudes. Those born on this day must particularly beware of accidents involving the back and abdominal organs. Above all, they must not believe themselves invulnerable. Settle physical habits, a balanced diet, and mild to moderate exercise will help keep them in line. That's literally me. They should avoid going overboard in any of these areas. Don't hide your public persona. Allow others to see you as you really are. I do that. Work to lessen fear and cultivate confidence. Find the right balance in expressing negativity. Your bark may indeed be a bite. I think that's what it says because it's blurred out because of the fold and the shadow. Let others into your life. Meditation. Silence can be more powerful than speech, not as a weapon, but as a means of quieting the mind and reaching the self. I love it. What's up, Silence in Color? How are you? It's good to see you, Pools Mermaid. How are you? How's everybody? October 2nd people have a certain grace underlied by charm or raw power, which impresses others. They should not be mistaken for softies, for they are very tough inside, particularly when it comes to matters of survival. Their attacking capability is equally matched by a resilient defense, and therefore they do not make good enemies for anyone to have. Those born on this day can sometimes have problems with their aggression, at one time shy, at another overly assertive. In their younger years, October 2nd people may also have a thing about violence, either and cultivate and violence, either being disturbed by it or prone to indulge in it. Most people would just be disturbed by it in general, but I get that. It is of great importance that those born on this day express disapproval, negativity, aggression, and ambition in a way that does not put others off or leave doubts about ulterior motives. Often October 2nd people, that's my birthday by the way guys, October 2nd. Often October 2nd people can be found with a hint of a smile on their lips and a twinkle in their eye. They like nothing more than entertaining or being entertained. The humorous, I don't know, here this word is grayed out. Let's just say thrust. The humorous thrust of their often dry, sardonic wit is evident, and it may well be that others are the butt of their jokes rather than themselves. Indeed, those born on this day are rather thin-skinned, and laughter is directed at them. In this respect, have a double standard towards humor. Extremely sensitive of an October 2nd person is often masked or armored by either a something bidding or light, playful exterior. Both of these disguises may well hide their true nature, are very adept at using wit, distancing, or aggressiveness to direct attention away from themselves. Only those very close to them may ever see their emotional vulnerability. I skipped the whole top part. Those born on October 2nd don't mince words. They're usually very candid about their opinions and rarely leave much to doubt when it comes to expressing where they stand on a given subject. One is generally more impressed by their reverse, however, their skill of framing concise, pointed, and witty remarks. Those born on this day do not have to get angry or even emotionally upset to let you know how they feel. That's probably the realest, most truest part of this for October 2nd for me. October 2nd run the risk of being too sharp or pointed in their remarks. Consequences that can arouse antagonism amongst those who do not know them well and take their words too literally or personally. Often October 2nd people are not fully aware of how devastating their comments can be to sensitive and thin-skinned people. Sometimes they can be accused of being quite ruthless in both word and deed. There's an undeniable social and or political thrust to October 2nd thinking and behavior. Most people are interested in the workings of society and are very adept to both understanding and manipulating people's viewpoints. They can usually turn a difficult situation to their own advantage or sway those who would obstruct them. Crazy. What is up, dude? How are you? Of course I would never forget you, dude. What are you talking about? You're my bro. Are you just stopping in to make sure I don't forget you? Tarun, I'm never gonna forget you, man. Test me. 10 years from now, be like, hey, remember me? Watch. It's gonna be like, yeah, Tarun, my bro from India. How are you? It's good to see you, man. You guys should print these out. I think it's straight from a book that they have, but you guys should look up yours. I was too busy yesterday. Was my birthday. Yo, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. That's how we sing it in America. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tarun. Happy birthday to you. The crowd goes wild. Tarun is 1 year older. He made a full rotation around the sun, my friend. How do you feel? Thanks, bro, my gift. Oh, shit. Yeah, I got extra waters in the back. If you want to grab a water, grab as many as you want. It's your birthday. I got some snacks. You could grab a couple protein bars. Grab some of these chips I just got. Whatever you want, dude. What's mine is yours, bro. Trissel, what you up to? Caffeine, what is up? Thank you for the 5-stream streak. The first 8 notes of Beethoven's symphony for my 5-stream streak. Oh, is that what the first 8 notes are? What's the lore behind that? Is that just what you just came up with, that, Otter? If you guys use the YouTube too, go over and give GTRX Tarun a happy birthday in the chat. Happy belated birthday. Oh yeah, I got a song request from Kelly and Seth earlier. Use the, what is this, Philadelphia, New Jersey, or what is this? Roosevelt Stadium, Jersey City, New Jersey, August 6th. No way, That's crazy. August 6, 1974. No way. Okay. Perfect. That's so funny that she requested this song for me to play this song. And I just picked the one that I like, this version I like. And it was, this show is from August 6th. How cool is that? I can almost remember what I was doing August 6, 1974. Really? I'm over twice your age. Bro. India, bro. This song is from August 6th. Yes. This is August 6th, 19 something or other. It's hard to see the whole name. It has to scroll past the screen. 1974, yeah. August 6th, 1974. And today is August 6th, 2026. Crazy, huh? $50 years ago today? Or, well, yeah, 52 years. 52 years ago today, this was being played in Philadelphia Civic Center at the Roosevelt Stadium. Yeah, don't forget that thumbs up, that. Good night, dude. Good night, Tarun. Sleep well. banana costume in the back. I brought it. Got it with me. It would be cool to do it in a different costume this year. Banana's kind of classic. That was fun though. It's like low pressure costume. You know, it doesn't cost much. It's just cheap, effective. Beaches in LA where they have the sunscreen where you can just like use the stuff they provide, which is actually pretty cool that they do that. There's like these big huge dispensers and you just, and they never used to have that, but they do have it this year. It says apply like liberally once per hour. It's like once per hour, damn. And it's free. So they're like encouraging using it for free once per hour. It's like, I mean, you're really protecting your skin at that point, for sure. And I'm wondering, like, I usually apply it like once and then maybe twice in a day. If like I sweat a lot and I wipe my face off and clean it, you know, I'll be like, oh, gotta put more on. Stinky cheese costume? Which one? I only have one banana costume. Maybe we could, I don't know. What's up, Mikey? It's good to see you. Check out some views. Kelly asked for Eyes of the World and I put on a 20-minute version of Eyes of the World. I hope that works. It's actually 20 minutes long. But yes, welcome in everybody. If you're just showing up, feel free to say hi in the chat. If you want to be properly greeted, now's the perfect time to do that. But yeah, welcome to San Diego. This part of San Diego is connected to Ocean Beach. It's called Sunset Cliffs. And it's almost unreal. It's just so gorgeous here. Especially with this new slow zoom I got. It's so beautiful. Have I applied for front page? No, not yet. I need to do that. I just need to like commit to doing something that day. Yo, LTHC, what's up, dude? How are you? It's good to see you, bro. I hope you're doing well. Here, I'll turn the music off for a little bit so I'm not walking around being a nuisance to this beautiful, beautiful area. You can hear my footsteps and everything. You hear that shit? Look at that. People go down there. Fuck that. Who's going down there? Not I. It looks like a lot of this is kind of falling apart. The shrubs are doing all they can, but shit. I'll be careful. I feel like V-Kite's about to tell me to be careful. I will be careful, I promise. I love you. Oh, okay. I guess you can get down there, but that looks sketchy once you get down to this part. I mean, I have climbed up and down a many a sketchy things, but you have to realize that sometimes people go down and they don't think about the path up. You know, it's always easier to get down than it is to get up. Sometimes you don't know if there's a good way up because of how you got down. But obviously people go down there still. There's still enough ledge to like climb up to that really sketchy part that you could see from the other angle that I was at. God, it's so beautiful. I'll just let the view and the sounds here do the talking. Hey, Yellow Boots, it's so good to see you. How are you? People have sex down there? What? How do you know that? Guilty. Self-report. He's like, don't film down there. These cliffs are road. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm sure there reaches a point when people like make the conscious decision not to do it anymore. You know, maybe the kids still do it, but the parents used to do it. I mean, a lot of these parts used to not be as restricted. They have to close some of them off. But you can kind of guarantee, like, if you go as far out as, you know, some of these ledges, that eventually it's, you know, probably going to carve itself out and fall into the water just like all the other spots. So enjoy it while you can. Iceman, what's up? Welcome in. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Dude, there was so much going on in this town last night. There was like a guy with a surfboard and like he cut the surfboard and built a bass guitar and a 6-string guitar all into this one surfboard, and he was like playing with a drummer on the street, playing all these Sublime covers and all these cool throwback songs. And then like behind them there was like a skate jam going on, a bunch of people skating. And then behind the skaters in the corner of the parking lot there was another band playing. And then when you walk over to the grassy area, there's like 200 plus people. There's like a huge drum circle, slack line, people like juggling and dancing, and you walk over to the street and everybody's like packing up for the farmers market right after the sunset and all that. And it was just like such a good active, like, I'm looking around, I'm like, wow, yeah, you guys would have appreciated to see this. But sometimes it was like nobody, you know, I don't know, nobody was like making content. It was like such a real, like, authentic kind of small beach town moment that it's almost like some of those moments, they don't even, like being there and streaming it doesn't make as much sense. Gosh, look at how, fuck, I forgot how beautiful the water is. You don't see any kind of beautiful colors like this unless you go maybe to Malibu or all the rocks. Gorgeous. Look at this like cave right here in the back. Look at all these caves too. It's just friggin' gorgeous. It's so nice. Wow, look at these giant boulders. It's trippy to think like a fucking gigantic truck, because they have to, like all the boulders you see, this isn't just like remnants of sandstone and stuff. Like they basically like landscape the edges, you know, for preventative measures to reduce the erosion. So they'll come down here and just drop boulders that are like heavier than my van. Just thud. Because look at how this thing is like being cut out by the water from the waves. And when it rains, clearly, if you can see the ground, it's the contours are coming down. It's a downgrade towards me just in general. And then there's all these like pipelines where the water goes, right? Even right here, it falls towards the land, or sorry, like towards inland, right? And then it meets with these other ones that are coming from there, and it all fucking pours right over here. And there's this other funnels that take it right to this edge. So this whole thing is just like a waterfall when it's raining. Damn, yeah. It's eroding from both directions. Yeah, you've got to be extra careful and conscious of your steps, and don't come out here if it just rained. It can be slippery. And then you got a beach over here. This beach is a little terrifying to get down to. There isn't like a set of stairs or any kind of like legitimate way to get down that isn't like adventurous. They pretty much only offer, so like right here, like you basically climb down some shit like that to the rocks, but it starts right here where this fence is, and you just go under the fence or you go around it. And then on the other side of this rock right here, where the fence is, like right on the other side, you can't see it from here, but it's just like these steep step downs. And then all of a sudden, oh, there you go. I was gonna say, then you'll see them right there if they're coming down. So that person is going up. So they had to start over here somewhere. It's a little easier at the bottom. But eventually she should come up right here. See, you can't see her, but you saw her for a second, right? There's nothing else over there. She disappeared, so the only thing she could be doing is leaving. It's a pretty good example. But it like It's mostly young people going down there that are like fearless. See? You go under. Dude's getting his cameo. Looking good, bro. It's like a movie. Sometimes people will be like candidly in a shot and I wish I could just like give them the shot. Just so, I don't know. Okay, so where'd those people go? Where'd the person coming up go? They're all gone, they disappeared. We're just watching people disappear behind this rock over and over. First it was from the bottom going up. Bruh. Where are they? Okay. Oh, there's a way up on the other side too. Look, see, this one's easier, but still very steep. That person still hasn't come out the top, and those other people still haven't come down at the bottom. But you got this guy. Did he change his mind? Maybe he doesn't know how to get out now. It's a good example. Oh look, they made it. Maybe we just missed the girl, or maybe she was meeting her friends to show them how to get down. Some people look down at the thing to get down and they're like, oh my God, no, I'm not going down there. But then you got all these people like fully enjoying this little private beach. So, I mean, it's pretty sick if you get down there and you live here, or you have friends that live, you know, nearby and you all meet up down there. It's pretty cool. Sick beach town vibes where you're gonna like, yo, go meet me there. And you have to be like able-bodied to get up and down. It's like a privilege. He brought his dog, yeah. Who knows, maybe the dog's more agile than he is. I don't know. Maybe that's the path he came down and we saw him just actually coming down. Or no, it looks like he's trying to leave the other way now. Am I tripping? Is this the same guy? Does he have a dog with him? Yeah, he does. Maybe don't bring the dog next time. Yeah, he's gonna have to go up the route that I was explaining before that goes up to here. No, he had the dog. Did you see him? The dog trudging with him. See, look, you see people look over there and they check it out and they're like, damn, this is where they go down? Should I be doing this? And it's like, nah, maybe not. Maybe if you're alone, wait for a friend, if you've never done it. I don't mean to sound like a wuss, but a lot of people hurt themselves out here, so Some of them do it while diving or jumping, you know, doing big jumps, or some of them just fall on accident. Gotta be extra careful. Perfect weather. We should go whale watching. Did I get some rest last night? Yeah. I did. Did you? Can you see Long Beach from there? No. You can see, so if you look hard enough. So we're looking north right now, right? So what you're seeing right there is like if you look at the very end and you go around that point, to get there you'd have to drive through Ocean Beach, you'd have to cross the San Diego River, and then you have like Mission Beach, Pacific Beach, which are just the two towns right across the river. So it's like the neighbor of Ocean Beach. And then if you keep going around, then there's like La Jolla, and then like there's like Torrey Pines and all these random areas that you can go explore, or go park and hike and go to the beach, whatever you want to do. But you can't see beyond this landmass. But in between all this is Ocean Beach, San Diego River. I noticed that SeaWorld is doing drone shows now, which is so much better than the fireworks. Litulauka, hello, how are you? Icarus, what's up? How are the waves? You know, they're pretty mellow. Yesterday it was like glass. It just sounded like a lake. There was like no waves crashing onto anything. It was very, very, very peaceful, relaxing. But there wasn't too many people even parked out here because it was so cloudy and there was no waves. And so it was just so... I felt like I had to whisper. Like I didn't play any music on my speaker or anything like when I hung out here. Just like, it was just so chill. Enjoy the natural resources. It's a little motion in the ocean today. People usually surfing out here further south though, or closer to the pier. How big is the cliff? Dude, these cliffs are friggin' massive. Let's show you more. So there's different elevation points depending on where you're at. You can get a little closer to sea level if you make your way down. And there's whales, dolphins, all kinds of fish. In this ocean, there's so much life in this ocean. It's a very precious resource. There's like boating trips and sailboat trips and catamaran trips that you can do. You just pay for a ticket and then you go out for like 4 hours or so. And they'll take you it's like 45 minutes straight out to the ocean where it's like the most common to see the whales migrating or moving, and like a really good solid whale watching opportunities if you go to the right places, the right times of year. If you're in Southern California, San Diego's got some of the best. How deep is it right there next to that cliff? It really depends. You know, it's like some of it's like you can see the rocks and you can see that it's like, you know, some spots have a few feet or none. And then like there's spots where people jump into the water, and depending on if it's high tide or low tide, you know, you're looking at like 4 feet of water, or you're looking at like 10 feet of water. So in the spots where they do dive and do cliff jumping and stuff, which somebody just fucked themselves up the other day doing it, and there's like a video of it on the internet. It hurts to watch. They lived, but they basically jumped and landed fucking side of their hip on a boulder on the way down. Right here. Not right here, but at another spot where they do a lot of the jumping. Then you have Point Loma, way down here. They actually do, they train like Navy SEALs over here. They do like crazy high level training for Navy SEALs where they're like diving, practicing like covert operations that involve being like underwater while doing shit, and so there's a lot of cool training. There's a lot of military. It is like a bordering town. So, you know, San Diego County is the last county before California borders up to Mexico. And there's just like, there is a large military presence along the coast of California in general. Like a lot of the, you know, Southern California, Northern California have bases and different places where they train and all kinds of stuff. So there is a military presence in San Diego. You'll notice it. A lot of people are in the military here or served in the military. And either way, they've done Navy SEAL training. Still do it down there. Just right down there. And these imagine you're a Navy SEAL and they're like, all right, let's go to Sunset Cliffs and do some training, basically. Not like here at the public areas, but further down where you don't have you have no restriction, like, or they have no restrictions of the water use in a sense where they can do practice, you know, all these different things, but we don't have access to seeing it or going over there. Yeah, you can see the bottom. What rock is it? Can you knock it? What rock? This is like, this just like sandstone. It's just like what happens when everything compounds onto each other and the ocean's here and it erodes. There's like no precious minerals or any kind of outstanding types of rock here that are anything other than mostly just sandstone and deposits of calcium and all kinds of random shit, oxidizing, changing the colors as it erodes. And it is pretty cool though. Who's Area 13? What is that supposed to mean? Litulauca. I don't think there is a nude beach over here. I don't know. You need to go up north. Go up to San Francisco. They got you covered. What is up, Emily? How are you? No wind? Not much. Way less wind than up north. Good point. Hey, look, that's the same van as mine, but the taller version. Taller and longer.
Yo, Vika, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. What? How come my sounds are working? Let me refresh them. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits.
You're the best. Thank you. I'm trying to refresh all the alerts. I don't know what's going on here. Thank you so much. What was that? That's an effect that comes on if you give 500 or more bits. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits, Vika. I love you. Thank you. Can we get some hype emotes or WV-Kite or... I got you. I got one programmed into my phone. All I do is push a button. WV-Kite, thank you. That's a lot of bits. Thank you. Dude, I mean, look at this. Wow. Hold on. Hold your horses. Whoop. Don't worry about me. There's a lot of flat landing down here. I'll be fine. All right, let's see. Got some irrigation here. I guess if it rains... I guess the hope is that they could have everything irrigated in some way like this, but if they didn't do it prior, you know, maybe they could have tunneled and excavated something so that the area that we were just at had less of these like waterfall drainage things that kind of form from all the rain, you know. Instead, if it was something like this had been done prior, maybe it had been, but the irrigation, it's like water shedding. Like when we construct things amongst what used to be only nature, right? The water shedding is the way to mimic nature's natural flow, even though look at all this crazy shit we put in, you know? So technically the mountains, you know, it snows and then the snow melts and then it comes, you know, throughout all these waterfalls and rivers, and it eventually, the goal is that that water makes its way back to the big cup, the ocean. And so water shedding is something that a lot of people do, and San Francisco is a good example of it because it's a peninsula, so that basically, you know, they needed to try to mimic natural resources environment. And either way, long story short, that would be another way to prevent erosion long term by redirecting it where it's supposed to go, but in a new path, man-made tunnels, stuff like that. Or not tunnels, but pipes and stuff. Is it a pipe? It is. What's up, not dead yet? How are you? They pissing that? No. Maybe if they really gotta pee. I'll be careful. Sorry, Vika. If I tried to put in a pipe like that, I'd be arrested. Erosion from the big surf and high tides. Exactly. Yeah, I was just pointing that out. It's like it erodes from both sides. It's like a candle burning from both ends, because some of them don't have like proper irrigation or water shedding. And so like this bigger platform on the other side of this fence that has like big groups of people just enjoying the sunset, the resources, you know, typical day in Sunset Cliffs, and it's great. But when it rains, that area is treacherous, dude. There's straight up waterfalls going down, you know, like if it was raining, and this would obviously be the path that comes down. There's so many paths like that over there. They just kind of have to let it do its thing. I guess providing it's so far away from the street, and then this one is like right next to the street, so maybe it's a lot easier to, like, there's no way that anything but rainwater comes through those, right? So it's just some kind of irrigation that kind of comes from the street. The street goes uphill, so everything kind of comes down here, flows back into the ocean. But this little area gets pounded with waves. It's got a full tunnel going through underneath. Wow. You see that bird make its appearance? What up, Melissa? Sorry, I think this whole scene is made by a human. No, it's been maintained by humans for sure, but you know, there might be like, it's easy to want to believe that a lot of this had to be architecturally like changed, like cut walls, create like a kind of a way for the swells to go to certain areas and divert them from certain areas, like, and then, but it just all happens really naturally. And then they come in and they dump these, oops, that's me, wrong one. They dump these rocks, right, and boulders, and then that stops the water from reaching the walls and crashing up, you know, thunderous, huge booms, dude. We're talking like high tide and big waves. It's like, it's thunderous. It's the best way to describe it. It's like, and it's just like you can feel it. You can feel it in the ground, your chest, your head. It's just like a boom. And enough of that crashing against this stone, it just carves it and starts falling apart. In reality, these cliffs used to go out way further. Like pre anybody even, like pre, you know, and people living here and calling this place San Diego, like pre that. These cliffs were probably going way further out. There was probably more like really cool, like little like walkouts that you could take on, like, you know, ones that were just barely hanging on, or like little mini islands just made of rock that eventually also got plummeted, you know, by waves that were like coming in for years and years and years. There's really nothing they can do to stop it. All they can do is work on reducing the amount of degradation that happens, right? The whole make a great photo through it, perfectly natural frame. Yeah. Be cool to go down there, like with a kayak or something. trash over here. Just like a little micro trash. Some beers down there. An empty water bottle. What are you going on about? Village? What? We've been up for 1 hour and 11 minutes. Right, yeah, Melissa. Yeah, you gotta build things with materials that won't degrade and protect those materials, or replace certain materials and things that eventually will just erode. Like you'll see coastal houses and everything will look fine, except for like every bolt on the front, or like the light lamp that's connected near the front door, or something like the fence, or shit just erodes faster, and there's really no way to stop it completely. If it's just outside near the ocean. Like all of these houses had to take that into consideration. Wow. Gorgeous. Usually you get a series of waves that kind of crash along this whole side here. And they like it hits the part that's protruding out the most first, and then the waves just like crash and crash and crash coming north. Like follows the coastline up gracefully north. Yeah, there isn't much surf today. Maybe it's the swells are down further, or the surf is just not too crazy. Those caves hold many secrets. Yeah, I bet. What up, Marco? How's it going? Hey, Rich. How you doing? Hola. Gracias por estar aquí. Yeah, these beautiful houses, huh? Look at this one. It's got another story or a really tall ceiling or something in the back. You really couldn't have, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful house. Couldn't have better real estate. I mean, do I surf? I used to. Now I'm just trying not to hurt myself. I used to skate too. Now I live with a compression sleeve on my knee. But yeah, I went through a few boards, surfboards, and but I did most of my surfing in Santa Barbara area and between Santa Barbara and San Francisco. Bro, it is so cold in the water up north. Jagged Planet, what's up? Yeah, everybody who surfs out here is usually a little further south. Kind of where the parking lot opens for the Sunset Cliffs, where you can walk through all the cliffs, sort of like park trail style, as opposed to just walking along the edges here. And then they park out there at the very end, and paddle out from the stairs, or hike down Sunset Cliffs towards the south side of it, almost like where it meets the fence and Halfway Point too. Imagine going for a fish. Well, you could. Just dive in and grab one. I can't wait until the first week of September when obviously we'll be doing the subathon, which is awesome. But they released the fourth lineup release for the festival we're going to be going to. And gosh, I can't wait to see what bands that is. Hopefully there's a big Grateful Dead tribute for the first Hardly Strictly after Bob Weir's passing. I'm sure they'll talk about it. Is a DoorDash deliver here? Yeah. You can just walk down the street. There's a pizza place and a cafe pretty close. I hope they dedicate something. So you can see right here where like pieces are just gonna fall off eventually. That whole chunk is just gonna drop. And people still go down there. They should probably gate this one off. It's getting pretty sussy. Like you have no room, but there's still a footpath that makes you think, well, everybody else does it. I mean, that's just too close. And it goes all the way to the other side. But look, somebody's left their beer trash. I'm not walking out there to get that shit. If there's no Grateful Dead tribute, they'll have mobs of angry hippies to deal with. Yeah. There's almost somebody who always plays something to do with the Grateful Dead, or some bands that have toured with the Dead, you know, like something that makes sense. But 60-year anniversary of the Grateful Dead at Golden Gate Park. Bob Weir played it knowing he knew that he was dealing with, you know, all these health issues. And he still played a 3-show run before, you know, eventually months later passing away. But I mean, fuck, dude. The guy literally just pushed through God knows what kind of medical like routines and feelings and energy levels and cognitive function, and you know, dealing with the fact that you literally know that you're not gonna have much more life to live, but still fucking holding it down, still going on stage, still playing 3 shows in a row that were like, what, 5 hours each or some crazy shit. Like, fuck, dude. And he had already been doing it for 60 years. And he was just like, yeah, this is my duty. I'll put a lot of life force into rocking this last concert. Like, he knew. He didn't announce it. He's so humble, you know? Only people that fucking knew was like the band. John Mayer, all that kind of shit. Driving that train, cocaine. Oh, there are some waves, dude. Here's set. And there's a surfer on it. That's what I'm talking about. Driving that train, Casey Jones, you better watch your speed. Trouble ahead. Wait, hold on. One surfer. He gets all the waves then, dude. It's all yours. One wave Andy. There's one wave or a million, he's gonna hit them all. So you just wait, right? There's patterns. You're the type of person who understands patterns, notices patterns. Well, that's how waves work. Counting waves. You know, surfers don't just go out in the water and be like, hope the next, like, there's some tactic to it, you know what I'm saying? There's like rest and recovery tactics, there's timing, there's patterns, there's spontaneous nature too, or like every bit of any kind of understanding the waves at all just like disappears and you feel like you don't know shit that day. It's fucking crazy. It's very cool. It is one of the most coolest connections you could probably have with the earth, because it's so untethered from the bullshit. I mean, dude's floating in the abyss. You know what I'm saying? It's like he felt my energy. He heard me talking. But he's floating in the abyss, staring into the endless ocean. You know what I mean? I mean, there isn't really much in life that's that dramatic, but you can just do it any time. The people who just like hang out in the ocean and chill have like a different circadian rhythm. They have like I feel like it's just so good for you. Makes you appreciate the resources too, because, you know. Yo, what's up, West Coast Dro? How you doing, dude? And no two waves are ever the same. Facts. It's tough getting out there when you have to enter from the rocks. Yes. Yeah. So like literally a lot of the surfers come down right here on these stairs, you know? So you gotta make sure you don't get hit in the head by a surfboard while they're walking. Like when they turn, every turn going down. And then there's all these hiking trails right here basically that go through this part of Sunset Cliffs. And there's some spots where you go down there, and I'm assuming he might have went down there, but he also could have came here, paddled out and over. There, you got one. It's probably feels good to get moving on your feet again. Ew. So dip that tail in and turn, when you're landing, try to make the board land in reverse when you're done, you know? Try to optimize like what it looks like when you're done with a wave. How to reduce the amount of effort that you try to do, like try not being a try-hard, you know what I mean? You really have to like surrender because you can't control the ocean. There's so many like metaphorical, insightful things that come from just observing surf culture, observing surfers, and there's like this resilience and there's this uniqueness to every individual. It's like skateboarding, but on the water. It's pretty cool. I feel like it really defines a lot of people who they are as being somebody who goes into the ocean this much. He's going for this one. No, he changed his mind. And to think that the ocean is filled with, creatures and just such an intricate life, organisms and fucking sharks and whales and dolphins and sea lions and otters and all kinds of cool coastal creatures. And you got the paddle boarders, dude. I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were zoomed in that whole time. I mean, I knew we were zoomed in, but I thought I clicked the zoom out button. We got paddle boarders literally, bruh, they are so far out there. Look at this. Are they gonna go to Hawaii? Where are they going? Have you ever paddleboarded like this? I can't tell I think they're coming towards us, yeah. They're like, oh, I think we're going too far out. See, now that's the kind of video, it's like, if they came to shore and I was like, yo, check this fucking random clip out. Like, I feel like that'd be cool to share with people sometimes. They might be crazier than the surfer, yeah. And you've got a few boats out there. If you look further out. Got some over here. And the airplane flying over the background. I know it's blurry, but we're zoomed in like 500x. Dude, that's one of my favorite things ever. Is she naked? No. Liar. Can you see all of the clearly? Wait, what? Litulauka. How old are you? Happy 420 East Coasters. Oh, it's that time. It's a crazy zoom. I know with the slow motion zoom out, it's pretty sick. Like, let's get this. Hold on. Oh, I missed it. Where did he go? Which way did he ride? Oh, he didn't even hit it. Okay, there's like a double set coming in over here. It might turn into something. No. Nay. There really isn't much pumping out here. Yeah, doggy. Look, see, she's swimming in. Or he, I don't know. They're swimming in. I can't see. Oh, it's a dude. He has no shirt on. Okay. See, he's gonna come up these stairs. They're dog surfing? No. Not that I'm aware of. Don't be exhausted. Dude, it's like my inner conscious speaking to me. Begging. That's like me every morning when I wake up. I'm like, please don't be exhausted. Wow, look at how beautiful this is. Oh, the bit rate's dropping. Gorgeous. Do you guys remember the movie Face Off? Where they like switch faces? Lauren. Definitely a dad joke. Is he a dad? Are they a dad? Oh yeah, Melissa. Where's Dala? I lost connection. I don't see him. Hey Goldfish, welcome in. I missed the comment. It just the service on this path is a little spotty. Love you too, Dala. Look where we are. Dude, that's a vibe. Just lay and let yourself float. Oh look, the paddle boarders are getting closer. Just two bros doing bro things. I wonder if either of them bring snacks. That's my first question. Maybe there's a snack compartment built into that thing, you know? The board. Place to put your glizzies or whatever the hell. Your pizza. Dala, I still don't. Oh, I see your love you bliss comment. I hope we're doing good. Yeah, my phone keeps losing connection with Twitch because I'm down here. Yeah, signal is spotty down here. Let's see. Couple of cold ones, yep. Paddleboards with glizzy compartment, $1 million idea, yeah. Just like a necklace, like a one that holds a phone, you know, but like shaped like a glizzy. I've seen that for pizza at like festivals and stuff. Wow, look how beautiful it is. That's awesome. Look at all this ice plant just living on the edge of this cliff. Crazy. You think that just propagated itself there? It had to have, right? Just falling off the cliffs up there and then... Damn. That is so beautiful. I love that. What's up, Absurdly Big? How are you? Look like they're regretting going out so far. Nah, they've probably been doing this longer than we could even know. Or maybe they're learning a lesson. I would doubt it though. People out here in San Diego, they're so adventurous and like they're raised like this, you know? Like there's a reason why people love living here, and it's because people genuinely appreciate the resources. Like they don't, it's, you know, there isn't a lot of outsiders that live in Ocean Beach. And if they do live here, they're usually pretty down to earth or have some kind of respectable business or something that just like, you know, seems like pretty laid back. Lots of artistically inclined people, from music to art to just being creative, and lots of outdoors, lots of skating, surfing, cycling, lots of boating, lots of adventures out in the water, you know. Being raised in a coastal town, even if it's the East Coast, West Coast, whatever, you don't get the same experience if you're from anywhere else. You know, there's natural resources, and some places have 4 seasons, so they do have surfing and skiing, and or not surfing, sorry. They do have snowboarding and skiing and like, you know, all kinds of cycling and skateboarding and skate parks and stuff like that. But growing up next to the ocean seems like just such an incredible opportunity to raise children, immersing them in nature in a healthy way, to turn them into, to forge them into a beautiful nature-loving adult. The kind of person who would see trash and be like, fuck that, pick it up just because they can. Because they respect the area and they don't want it to look like shit one day. Oh, Flipsy! Thank you so much for the raid. What's up? Shipment, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome in. What's up, Liz? Hi. Yeah, so welcome you guys. You know where we are. I hung out with Liz. Liz, welcome in. It's good to see you. I hung out with Flipsy. I don't know, like a couple, like 100, 200 footsteps this direction, up there. At one point, it was super cool. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. San Diego misses you.
Is there any other like ladders down?
Honestly, this is the only official staircase that's like safe.
Oh, okay.
And the tide is a little high,
Yeah.
so if it wasn't so high, you could safely, slowly walk all the way to that beach.
Oh,
And otherwise, there's like some kind of iffy spots where locals and younger surfers will like hike down, and then even I'm just like amazed sometimes because the board size or whatever, they're just like, yeah, I'll be fine. But yeah, there's like a zigzag kind of thing that turns into this narrow downgrade that if you think about how you're going to get back up after, it's something that most people look at and they're like, nah.
that when I was younger, oh yeah, I'd be all for
Right.
it. But now, no.
Right.
But no, this is.
There's some great views though. So there's trails that kind of cut all the way down to like that fence down there. So you can walk all the way around, and there's still a lot more views and stuff that you can enjoy. Really cool like cutouts where the rain carves stuff over there differently.
It is so pretty.
Yeah.
I give it. I'm from the East Coast.
Yeah, I'm originally from Michigan.
Oh, I'm from Southern Florida, but I'm out here on business right now.
Cool.
So I just flew in today, so I've been like up for almost 20 hours.
Came to the perfect spot to enjoy your spare time that you have here.
I'm just waiting for the hotel to open up so I can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm like, well, I was gonna check it out on the weekend. I'm like, I'm here. So,
Yeah.
that's good.
Honestly, when I tell people about this place, I always say come exactly to right here where we're standing. So somehow, based off whatever research you did or knew,
Google
made
Earth.
it here.
That's how I do. I Google Earth. Okay, my hotel's here. I'm going to Point Loma.
Yeah.
What's a good spot between them both to go look at? I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, there's a point right
Oh,
here. And I'm like,
okay.
okay, yeah, I just trust
Happened
you.
to be right here. That's
Oh, yeah.
awesome.
Oh yeah,
I literally beg people if they come to San Diego, don't miss this area.
it's so pretty.
Yeah.
So pretty.
I just got into town yesterday,
Oh man.
and I'm here right away as fast
Yeah.
as I could be.
I don't blame you now. This is I'm gonna come out on the weekend after I sleep, and I'm gonna go swimming.
Yeah.
Then my wife will tell me you're gonna get bit by a shark, and I'll tell her no. I'm from Florida. I don't worry about that crap.
Yeah,
and
don't worry about the shark.
I don't worry about sharks. I don't worry about gators or hurricanes. And
Yeah, no gators here.
no. She's from Texas, so it's like she doesn't even know. So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah. Well, man, thank you so much.
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
a good one.
You too. What's your name?
I'm Matt.
Matt, Danny.
Nice
Yeah,
to meet
pleasure to meet you. Enjoy your time here. You hear East Coast accent? Yeah. Florida. I'm not doing any song requests right now. But maybe one day. Are you from SoCal? No, but I've been around here for like since forever. Like I moved to California in 2009 and by myself, and I've been living like between San Francisco and San Diego. I've rented like different rooms and different houses, different apartments. And aside from all of that, like solo, independent, I've had relationships and like lived with partners together, and I've done a lot of living between San Francisco and San Diego, and I just think it's two of my favorite places in the whole country. But I was born and raised in Detroit, so it's very different. You could probably understand why I appreciate this stuff and I don't take it for granted, is because where I grew up, there's a lot of lakes and shit, but there's a lot of despair. You know, I was like, you know, we had the recession. There's just like a lot of stuff that made Detroit feel like a land of no hope. And, you know, the motor industry collapsed, and at least the Detroit motor industry collapsed, and, you know, a lot of automation and a lot of the plants got replaced with faster automatic machinery that doesn't need as much human touch. And basically, long story short, I came from a place that has been hoping that they can recover from the change in trajectory, from it being like the dream place to live and work and raise a family and have generations of people working and owning homes and raising families. It was like this ideal, picture perfect America in Detroit. And you know, I grew up into it having like becoming a giant failure and being outsourced and confusing politics and, you know, all the immigration that came into Michigan and Detroit in particular. There's like all kinds of you grow up in Detroit, you learn a lot more about life than you would expect at a quick rate too. So at a young age, you've probably seen somebody get shot or robbed, or you've been robbed gunpoint, or you've seen like people talk about politics or the climate where they're from, like people who are you know, immigrants, and they tell you about, like, you know, how bad it is in Detroit, but how much worse it is where they're from. And like, you know, lots of people from war-torn areas, like Lebanese people, lots of Lebanese people in Detroit. But either way, I feel like I'm not as fooled by the facade. I'm not as impressed by the bullshit politics, because I learned that the trickle-down economy that's supposed to care about the lower class and care about the middle and lower and supposed to trickle down to us eventually, I knew at a young age that that whole concept is completely fucking bullshit. And that what really we need to do is just exist and use our hearts and, you know, have good morality and not try to conform to whatever people try to tell you what morality is. Because if you have good morals, then who the fuck is to tell you what you should think or how you should believe, or you know what I mean? So I just feel like moving away from that into a place that has natural resources, and those natural resources are like very abundant. like depending on how you use those resources. Like if you're a surfer, you can surf as much as you want. If you're a boat fisher, if you're you know, there's all these different things you can do. And either way, people respect and love the lakes in Michigan, and I grew up in a, you know, in an environment where going to the lake was like a big deal. You know, you go to the lake, oh my God, we're going to the lake. And but it's not like we woke up and there was a lake next to us every day. You know, there's like the Detroit River in Detroit, and there's lakes all over Michigan, but we didn't live next to one. So being in a place like California that's like more culturally diverse, a little more liberal, a little more flexible, fucked up in its own ways, of course. Everything's, you know, you just gotta live, man. We're all gonna die one day, bro. Stop making everything so much harder for yourself, right? So we just gotta exist. And yeah, I think California taught me a lot about life and how to grow up and be a respectful and respectable just human that like coexists with other people in this society. And whilst learning how to be that myself, I notice other people and what they choose. You know what I mean? Like I feel like life's already complicated enough without it being like you overcomplicating it, right? But I never grew up with like deep thinkers, you know? I feel like that's why like things like weed or whatever in states where it's illegal in the United States, people like look at it like this magical fruit, right? They're like, oh man, this forbidden fruit that's illegal, but it's super allowed in places like California, Oregon, Washington. You can in fact drive through state borders with it, you know what I mean? Like they don't give a fuck. And so you could drive from San Diego 1,000 miles north to Seattle, Washington, and you could buy weed at dispensaries and drive into the next state, and like it's completely normal and allowed. There's no fuckery, you know what I mean? And but then when you live in a place where it's like completely forbidden, I feel like it's not just because they can't wrap their head around taxing it properly or understanding the legislations and the, you know, the laws, and like having to like become one of the states that allows it. And some don't, man. You can get in so much trouble if you have like a gram of weed on you in Texas, you know, for example, which has been in the news a lot lately. But if you take a rip of weed, it like opens up your mind. And I think that like whether or not it's something that everyone should try, I'm not saying that, and I'm not encouraging it, but when it comes to like the facts, it usually mellows people out. It usually helps them become more insightful. Maybe it might make some people anxious or whatever and do the opposite, but in general, the majority of people that use it experience an overwhelming sense of calm and chill and relief from the bullshit, and make them kind of ponder life a little deeper and have more deep conversations than they might when they're just sober or whatever. And I believe that there's states that still keep those things like under strict rules and make them illegal because they're afraid that all the last bit of the like conservative grip they have on these people, that they don't want to let go of these last threads that they have, which is making such a silly substance illegal, like in Texas. They could have literally made billions off of it in tax revenue. They could have built like 4 hospitals and 3 schools and still have money to piss off with and build like new skate parks, and like literally Texas they're very wise when it comes to money, but they're very conservative, so they don't want to let go of that grasp that they have around everybody with the, you know, the rules around cannabis. Thank you so much for the raid, Misty. What? Oh my God, thank you. Sorry, I'm just talking about how ironic it is that weed is illegal anywhere, and that there's so much more to it than just. Yo, thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Welcome in. I'll take good care of your community. Hello, welcome in. How do you say that? Desiree? I don't know. A Detroit surfer. Cool, like your concept. You know, I've seen those. What are those boards that have like the? Some of them have motors, but some of them you have to like pump, and there's like a second layer. It's like got like a second fin on the bottom that like extends out, and if you pump it, you can like just kind of propel yourself through the waves. And some of them have engines on them, a little motor. You could definitely ride that in like the Detroit River, in between like downtown like Windsor and Detroit, between Canada and USA. I bet you could surf Lake Michigan on a stormy day, maybe. I think that people do wake surfing, you know, or you like following a boat. So like people do get comfortable on a board on the water to some degree in Michigan. Michigan people are very familiar with water, I'll tell you that much. They love it. But the people grow up in Metro Detroit, like metropolitan southeast Michigan, which is like where almost everybody you hear about in existence is from. You know, there's eastern, northern of the mitten, you know, the mitten shape of Michigan. But the Upper Peninsula is a whole world of its own. It's like 99% of people that are born in Michigan never go to the Upper Peninsula before they die. But if you look up the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and just look at images on Google, just type in Michigan UP and click images on Google. And that's like what people are sleeping on in Michigan. I always heard about it, and I always like had friends tell me about kayaking up there and stuff, but it was so foreign to me. Like a real grand adventure that, you know, is outside of like hours of driving through cornfields and stuff. Like, call me Dez. Okay, sweet. Hello, Dez. Texas has amazing beef. I believe it. I think everywhere in the country is really cool. Honestly, even the most conservative, like, even states where every cop that's in the state looks at me and they see California plates and they're like, fuck this hippie, I bet he has weed on him, and they want to pull me over so bad. Like, even in states like that, I still seem to love the state, you know. I still seem to appreciate it. Even them, the most conservative places. But I wouldn't live there, you know, personally. But I will not refuse to visit the places. But driving through those places for extended road trips can be a bit of a bummer, because you feel like you're just being profiled everywhere you go because you have long hair or dreads or Cali plates. So some of the less conservative states in the United States are much more welcoming to not only travelers from the West Coast, which are like, you know, they you stand out as like an interesting person who you might want to pull over. But you know. And in some states, they'll racially profile you too. So I don't believe that happens as much in California. Upper Peninsula is beautiful. It is, right? I've always wanted to go. Yo, Dr. Hub, 7 Stream Streak. I used to go snowmobiling up there years ago, but after 2007, places were shutting down all over. Yeah, a lot of people go to like Grand Rapids, and they go to like Ypsilanti, and like they'll go to the East Coast of Michigan, and they'll get up towards like Ypsi, which is like northeast of the mitten. Northwest sort of the mitten, right? And then, but I don't know if it's like a lack of adventure, a lack of planning, or difficulty, or a seasonal camping, lodging opportunity, or less of a willingness to be risky and have fun and go on an adventure. But my family never brought me to the Upper Peninsula of my own state. My family never brought me to the northern part of my state. And so the only times I've ever considered it was in my adult life. And it's literally like the greatest, supposed to be the greatest natural resource location of our state, like the region. Like you can't even access it in the winter because there's so much snow. Like, so you pretty much have to go there in the spring, summer, or fall to be able to like park and camp. And there's this place where you can like kayak through these arches, like Upper Peninsula arches, kayaking. Look it up, Google it, I don't know. But 32 streak, 3 to go. Wait, did I miss it? Please give woke a break. What do you mean give woke a break? Don't tell me what to do, motherfucker. How's that for giving woke a break? Is that good? You happy now? Where are you, San Diego? Yeah. If I give woke a break, do you mean I'm trying to be woke or something? Like the classic, oh, they're so woke. That thing? Cool, moving on. Yeah, wait, what's going on? Sorry, I was responding to a YouTube comment. USA is the most beautiful country ever. Trump will not ruin it for us. Okay. 32 streak, 3 to go. Wait, do you have a 29 stream streak? I just don't see it. Oh, it lets you announce it once you get to that. I see. Now I'm getting it. How do I always find the dopest spots? I look real hard. I spend so much time looking that like I don't even have to like look in certain areas. I actually did a bunch of new research, Harsh, that was like for like it was for I was like, okay, sorry, words. So there's spots where you can camp for like $25, $30, $35, $45, but somewhere in the median of like the average range is like 35, right? And there's a bunch of state parks that are at the beach that are also campgrounds, but some of them are county ran and some of them are like government statewide ran. So that means that like some of them are independently hosted, meaning you don't go to the normal Reserve California website where like 99% of the campsites are actually listed and you can book them and pay for them there. And I was like, man, it's so weird. Like, I feel like I know spots, but they're not listed here. So I did this like research and I just found like 12 different state parks that have camping options, that all of them, I weeded out the ones that don't have bathrooms and shit. It doesn't have to have a shower or hookups or anything, but a toilet is a necessary thing. So I found like 8 or 9 different places between LA and San Francisco. I found like 2 between here and LA, San Diego and LA, but I found some really nice ones up north. And some I passed by, never knew the name, or like, you know, I never understood like how in advance do these people book this spot, and in comparison to like Big Sur where it's like 6 months out and it's fully booked 6 months in advance. And some of them are like that are not as popular and they're still booked in advance, and then some of them are not crazily booked up. And I found some new resources to make like a better coastal trip. And and then I was looking at the prices of the most famous ones in Big Sur, which is, I think it's, I can't remember the name. Damn it. Either way, there's this one really good spot, and if you look at it, it's like booked every day for forever. And there's like lotteries, so you can pick a day, and if somebody cancels, you get like an update, or if a spot opens up, you know, whatever. But if you want to be like hardcore about it, you book it 6 months in advance. So I was thinking that it would be nice, because I was looking, how much is it for like 5 days here? and it was like, I don't know, $145 or some shit like that for 5 days. And I was like, that's not bad. And like the beautiful area, like that's such a steal. I mean, it should be free, but whatever. But I feel like that's a great deal. It's like the same price as these places that are not even half as epic or iconic as Big Sur. So I was like, wait, I bet you people are doing what I'm thinking of doing, and that's where you just book like 5 days in Big Sur 6 months in advance. And then what you do is you just either go or you don't. Like, you just take the loss if there is a loss, but the goal is to make it there and camp there for 5 days. I think that's what people do, dude. I think that's the way that people commit 6 months in advance, because not everybody knows they're gonna go, but everybody knows that if you don't book it 6 months in advance, you'll never fucking get it. So I'm like, oh, like I had this epiphany staring at the website being like, what, how is this possible? Like, I'm like, there's no way that everybody actually commits. Like, maybe there's just that many people ready to camp and at an age in their life where this is the most priority. Like, I don't know. But I bet you it's because people book it and they don't really harp on whether they're going to go or not. They just hope it works out. Because $130 down the drain to hold a place that's like going to be a core memory of your life forever, it's a pretty damn good deal. But yeah, so I research a lot of stuff and I dig in deep and I look and I think about like what's the best approach, what's the best time of year, of separate from just exploring and finding stuff once I get there. Machine Levine. You don't need to worry about what people say. You know, I let people speak their mind. Don't threaten to disrespect people like that. Don't be doing that. Especially Liz. Don't be talking shit to Liz. Ever again. Or I'll disrespect you, my fucking friend, person in the chat. Because Liz is 72 years old, and I don't know how old you are, but, you know, respect your elders a little bit. I understand that you were a little bit upset with somebody for talking negatively about the president of the United States, but without criticism, where will we go, you know? I'm sure if you ask them, well, what do you think you can do as a constructive way to make it better, or how can they make it better, you know, instead of just being like, thinking that it could be just all criticism. Because I think a lot of people have constructive criticism. It's just hard to detect the attitude and the demeanor through chat, so... No disrespect. Let's all just respect each other. I mean, we have people from all walks of life, from the most flexible to the most strict, from the most liberal to the most Republican to everything in between in our communities. To some degree, there's a lot of diversity, and we all just kind of leave that shit at the door, or we talk all about it together. And if somebody's like, oh, wow, well, obviously you're this way, and you try to peg somebody as not being able to represent themselves, but being represented by the greater party, that it doesn't really give one person an opportunity to learn and benefit from these conversations, right? So, either way, some days it's fun to talk about, some days it feels like it's brought up out of like, you know, a little bit of commotion in the chat, some days it's more intentional or makes sense for relevancy as far as news, or, you know, let's all talk about this because this is our life. I'm an American citizen, I like to talk about what's going on in the country. So, either way, I think that we're all pretty chill. I think the best thing that you can do is just keep hoping for the best, you know? Vote for who you want to vote for. No matter who you vote for, I'll still be your friend. There's some people you can't talk to that are closed-minded, that's true. But obviously, we're doing pretty good. Machine has said nice things and been chill. and did not respond negatively to me bringing up and trying to manage this. It's all good. I think we're doing good. Where are you going next? That's a good question. I'm gonna drive up California all the way to the San Francisco Bay Area. Oh yeah, for sure, Gonzo. For sure. I've never seen shit like that in Twitch. Just saying. Wait, which part? Bro, your YouTube chat seems to be going off the rails. Oh yeah. That's okay, it's okay. Well, I mean, like, Twitch is a little bit of an echo chamber. Like, people on Twitch agree politically and, like, morally most times. And they probably vote for the same Democratic parties if you had to do a survey. Majority probably. One-sided. That's not to say that everybody is, but it's more of an echo chamber because people believe in each other and, like, assume mostly that we have similar viewpoints or whatever. But YouTube is the ocean, you know. Twitch is a lake. YouTube is like, you got everybody from every walk of life there, and a new opportunity. That's why it's such a bummer that my vertical discovery sucks, because it used to be good, and we would meet people from like foreign countries, and they would ask us, you know, sometimes they'd ask like delicate questions that are like they're actually super curious, or sometimes it's basic questions or whatever in general. But it was cool because people would tell me what they see, what their interpretation of this country is. And it's interesting, you know, like they'll be like, oh, you know, there's certain like stereotypes of America that it's almost like the land of dreams, but if you come here, you realize it's different than the picture that's painted or the news, or, you know, maybe fast food like looks really good to them because they don't have that shit where they live. And it's actually not that good, you know? Like, fast food used to be kind of yummy. I feel like the quality's kind of gone down. The flavors kind of stay the same, but the quality and the ratios, dollar per, you know, weight of food and of happiness that you get while eating it, it's gone down a lot. Like, if you're from another country and you came to America like 30 years ago and you go to McDonald's, you'd probably have an awesome American McDonald's experience. But today, yeah, it's more like posterity. Is that the word? It's more like just there. It's like grandfathered into our culture. It doesn't quite have the charm and the affordability that really made it what it is. Yeah, yellow boots. Yeah. I see a lot of people run fast when people start talking about politics, and I understand. I'd hate if somebody came up to me and was like, hey, I play Quidditch, and start talking to me about it. I don't even know if that's a real game. But you know what I mean? I'd be like, I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Like, I don't have any valid opinion on this shit. And it's so much more serious when it's politics. So if people haven't been watching, it's such a hard thing. I always talk about it in the sense where it's like, I don't think everybody has to study politics, okay? I'm going to preface it with that. But I do think that if you just like, I don't know, man, it's 2026. If you opened up AI, Claude, whatever, and you're like, hey, I want like a glossary of like political terms and terminology and like what they mean and like how they were cross-referenced and what are some of the like nuances and discrepancies between like countering arguments that invalidate historical facts and present day situations, and kind of like backtrack like 100 years and get like small summaries that are relevant to history, to present day geopolitics, and then you've learned as much as you fucking need to learn. And then beyond that, when the news and when things are happening politically, geopolitically, you will literally recognize the patterns, you know? So it's like, it's kind of history repeats itself a lot. History masks itself under history being so long ago. It's like, I don't know, man. You know, there's a lot of control in the world, and I just feel like it's very fucking I saw that from a mile away type shit. If you do just a bit, just even like a couple weeks of dedicating an hour or two to studying what politics means, what you know, and like and how it runs, and like how every politician, there's funding, and every candidate for the presidency has whoever has the biggest funding wins. It doesn't matter if everybody in the country hates the libs. If the libs have more money during the election, they fucking win. If the ulterior motives of the donors going to the libs is more beneficial for them and profits for that next X amount of years, that's who they vote for, bro. Money is everything. Every news station that you watch because it's leaning towards the direction politically that you love, that you feel you resonate with, that you vote for, if the opposite end of the spectrum has more money, they can buy that network and convert the whole network. Money is everything, and nothing is greater than money. So the whole world is driven by that. So if you study just enough of that shit, I feel like at least you can have a better time understanding things that pop up politically on a day-to-day basis. That's what I think about politics. Not everybody needs to study it, but if you're ever feeling a little out of the loop, or like there's controversy, or like if you have no idea about, like, you know, racial prejudice or the complexity, bro. There is some major complexity within politics that is nearly impossible to even fathom understanding if you're not there living it. So even studying it is like, it's just even like a grain of salt of the reality of it. You need to be careful what their truth is. No, you just study history, and then when stuff comes up in modern day, present day, I mean, then I feel as though you have a little more calculation to work with, instead of being like, wow, politics is so dramatic and confusing. It actually makes perfect sense. It never doesn't make sense if you study a little bit, you know? And then again, even if it makes perfect sense, everybody has their own beliefs, and people, you know, the more money that they pour into a candidate, the more likely that candidate is to win. And that's why, you know, it's hard to trust any of it. You're digging holes right now? But either way, on a very non-dramatic level, I think it's just if you're gonna be an adult in this fucking world, I mean, if you're single and you don't have kids, or if you want to hide under a rock and have kids and just avoid politics, I mean, I don't understand how you could bring children into this world, into our country, and not at least start closely observing politics to know what the country's going to be like that you're raising your children into. And, you know, so it does feel like there's, at a certain point, you have to bone up on your literature. And it doesn't mean you need to be a debater or start posting online about it, like strictly for educational purposes and for your own sanity, ongoing with future elections and future news. And, you know, when they say there's conflict, it's like, bitch, that's a fucking war. That shit's been going on for fucking 60 years. What are you talking about? We're funding the military weapons that are continuing to kill people in that war. Like, what are you gonna make me try to believe that my taxes didn't go towards that? But either way, you gotta like understand how this country and how the world works, so that you're not shocked when things pop up. Or like, I knew Trump was gonna fucking win the first time he won. I was like, dude, there's no way. He's too much of a character. It's too much of a gimmick. It works so perfectly. Everyone's gonna freak out. Everyone's gonna celebrate. Everyone's gonna be pissed. I was like, this is the perfect little candidate here. But either way, money talks. So, but politics isn't like sports, though. You don't just bet on who you think's gonna win, unless you know, like, that they're worth betting all that money on. So, like, once it reaches a certain point and enough people put in enough money, then it's like, oh fuck yeah, let's just go, let's do it, let's finish this, let's fill the pot. We'll definitely win. So, When you headed up north, you taking Highway 1? It depends. Because I'm gonna do like a up to 30 days streaming subathon, 24-hour streaming. And if I take the coast up, as beautiful and relaxing it can be to like stop in all those areas, it's quite a trip too. Some of the driving is a little tense. You got to be really extra on your guard and make sure that you're watching out for cyclists and other people riding on the roads and those curvy roads like in Big Sur and stuff. So I might reserve that for later. So I might go up the 101 instead and just make it to San Francisco so I can like ready up to recharge and rest for the subathon. At first I wanted it to be a whole road trip up, like where I'd start like right now and I'd camp at different spots all the way up. But even like 3 or 4 months ago, there was like all the camping sites were almost fully booked, so. Grown-up people that have 10 children don't care about their future. Most people are that way. They just reproduce while they're fertile. Well, another thing about the United States is the more kids that you have, the more exemptions you get on taxes and stuff. So you get relief. If you're in a certain wealth bracket, financially, no. You might still benefit from it, but it's people that are more like literally surviving off of having more kids, based off of the government kickback and based off of their children in 12 years working for them, you know, taking care of them. And then their kids having kids, as many as possible at 18 right away as well, as soon as possible. Like, we need the age gaps to be only like 18 years so that we can have like great grandparents still taking care of them in the same houses and properties, etc. But people who don't have business and don't have skills, you know, it just ends up being like that weird white trash trailer park story of like, you know, just having like 5 kids and disheveled family kind of vibes, living in sort of a sketchy trailer park, like not really having much to offer the children, unfortunately. Yeah, Yellow Boots. We did that drive though. It was really nice. Do you think there's a perfect number of children to have? Like optimally? You could have like 4 kids, I feel like is a lot of kids. That's when you start getting to the point where it's like any more kids than that, you have a big family. Like huge. Because the amount of like grandkids and shit that you'll have one day potentially, and like step relatives and in-laws and all these different things. None. 2, no middle child syndrome. I miss talking with you here. Aw, Liz. Gus missed you. August, September is a nice month to do that drive the one. It is. It is literally the best month in the Bay, too. Oh, dude, the waves are starting to churn a little more. Look how effing gorgeous this place is, dude. Absolutely breathtaking. 0 costs too much to have kids. My parents had about 4, but their parents had 5. I'm one of 4 kids. It was fun growing up, but I would never in a million years.
to the sailboat.
I'll never get tired of this zoom. Sorry. This is fucking crazy, bro. Yeah, Sunset Cliffs. How's my day going? It's going good, thank you. How are you? Oh yeah, I could see Melissa. We don't have to have kids. It's okay. Enough people need help taking care of their own fucking kids. You might as well just be like I don't know what it's called. Be a godmother, favorite auntie, you know, something like that. My sister's daughter has a kid. So my sister's a grandmother. My mom's a great-grandmother. My brother and I, my mom's only two other kid, the only two boys, we never had kids. And my brother passed away. So there's really a very low chance that I produce children with my family's DNA. Yeah, it can get messy. I mean, I could be like, there's certain things that I don't agree with, that I don't stand with, that people will be like, oh, well, this and that. And like, you know, it's just, there is a line that I draw that like, if you don't like me because I don't agree with something, that's like, well, that's your fault, you know? You don't see things the way that I see things, I guess. And, like police, I don't think police are that. It's not like fuck all police type shit. And I think that a lot of people are on that hype. But I am like anti-ICE, you know what I mean? And it's not like a liberal parrot, you know. I'm not just like, it's not that. It's like, dude, ICE has been, people who lived in California before the pandemic, before all the internet stuff about them being like so prominently shown, and before like the huge, just massive crackdowns that they've been doing, they've always existed, bro. They've always been around these parts. So it's not something that I'm unfamiliar with, and not something that I jumped on a bandwagon of. It's something that it doesn't make sense to me. It's very, very violent and aggressive and unfair. And then people that stick up for it, it's like this whole ongoing debate. It's like, dude, I know so many Latin American people from different countries. I know so many Mexicans. I work with so many. You know, I've had like been told in depth, how did you become a citizen? You know, how long did it take? Were you born here, etc.? The family lineage. And it's just like, some of these people have been on a waiting list and waiting for the secondary documents to come through, waiting for the approval to register it. And some of them, they're just being strung along by the U.S. government for whatever their resources or lack thereof are to be able to get approved quickly. Sometimes it just seems like straight up bullshit when it comes to the stories. And either way, just like pulling people like that who've never done a crime in their life away from their great grandkids and all these types of things. And such a shitty age to rip somebody out of a country and throw them back into something that they don't know all the resources anymore because they've been so far from it for so many years. And all these technicalities and stuff. It's very harsh. And that's just to doll it up and make it sound like a simple thing. You know, there's a lot going on within it that's just a bunch of psyop bullshit. So I think we all just need to be careful and be aware that, you know, there's a lot of hostility and you need to treat things gracefully and just fucking be careful, man. There's legit unmarked cars that can just pull up to any fucking foreigner, anybody that has melanin in their skin. You never see them going up to white people. And it just doesn't sit right with me. The whole thing, the operation, the offers for like new officers coming on board through ICE, and the benefits and the come-ups and the leverage that they get, and the you know, they're not invincible. Like, I think that everybody should be held accountable for their atrocities, and I think that it's just it just doesn't sit right with me that they exist. So it is what it is, you know. I think that the more awareness brought around it, the more truth, the more documentation to prove that maybe this was unjust, and maybe they should stop just cherry picking random fucking people from the system, and, you know, be more intentional. Like, if there's a 10-time fucking felony person that's like, you know, just absolutely a danger or a menace to society, like, you know, maybe I stand behind that. But, like, not if it's just like randomized and there's just like fear and tears and families torn apart, where it's like, okay, can we do this civilly? Like, come on. You let them in the country to begin with, bitch. Don't start just throwing people out. Not everybody snuck in or swam through a lake or a river or like hopped a wall to get here, dude. Like, immigration has been happening for a very long time, and there's a process to become a citizen here. Not everybody's dodging it. Not everybody. But everybody acts like it, so it's a hard conversation to have. It's very, very, very hard to have that conversation. So you should be appalled at the behavior of these officers, for sure. The amount of tax dollars and the amount of, you know, energy that they put towards that, they could be really doing good things, but, you know, rather stir the pot, make people a little more disheveled, a little more concerned about everyday life. And I think that's one of the things that push and pulls me emotionally a little bit, is because of the privilege that of my life that I exist in, is that I can just sit here and hang out and listen to the waves crash for as many hours as I want. I don't have any fear that I'm going to be terrorized. I don't have any fear that my skin color is going to ruin my day if I go into a certain area. I don't have any, you know, I have this privileged existence that is like so far separated that I could choose to literally not give a shit about anything but what I'm experiencing. But that's not how I operate, you know what I mean? I understand that there's people living and breathing and speaking and thriving and suffering and everything in between at the same very moment that I'm living and breathing and speaking. And I know that there's this big human family across the whole planet that no matter what language you speak or what you fucking politics are or what your government's been doing to other governments, that underneath all of that identity crisis fucking polarity, that we're all just a bunch of skin suits with organs and bones and a beating heart, and there's a rhythm to existing as a human, and that there's so much more to life and to experiencing connections with people than the intricate politics of life, you know? Like, there's so much more connection than there is division, but there's so much to pretend that we should be scared of and in fear of or be divided from. So, it's pretty complex to live life. Personally, I'd rather they go for the, yeah, I mean, definitely. Thanks, Gus. Not sure anyone's told you got a black smudge on the right side of your chin. No, it must have happened when I put on the sunscreen. Oh no, it's from oh yeah, I must have wiped it all on my face or some shit. Earlier, I put my hand down. Oh shit, my sunscreen's staining the shirt. I put my hand down and then I lifted it and I had like some markings on my hand. They were black. I must have touched it onto my face. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Not everybody is prejudiced or racist or, you know, but they lead us to believe that everybody represented by the whole, right? Like, oh, this kid, he must vote for this person, he must do this, he must be so woke. And then when they look at a conservative Republican, they're like, oh, let's attach all these stereotypes towards them, even though all these humans are beautiful and they're surviving on this planet and starting families and businesses and all this very remarkable shit. But all everybody does is shit on each other politically. It's like, dude, what the fuck? What is going on, man? Chill. Like, we can actually coexist, and that's literally why both sides exist. It's such a trip. Either way. We all have so much in common. I mean, like, people act like that's not true across our country, dude. In America, everybody speaks one fucking language in the United States. One language. There is no first language in the United States other than English, unless you're born in an immigrant family that speaks another language. Like, we have a pretty good chance to communicate with everybody across the whole country because we all speak the same fucking language. Some of us live 3,000 miles from one another. Like, if you live in Maine, that's very far. That's a diagonal across the entire country. And, like, I don't know, people are so divided politically that every state has a different color to represent their beliefs and the majority voters. But people just forget on such a simple level that we're all in the United States. We all speak English. We all live commonly like everybody fucking else. We're all common people. And like, even to the degree when you meet somebody from like a village in Africa or something and you talk to them human to human, emotions to emotions, you're like, fuck, I'm more like them than I thought. Like it's that dramatic. That, like, people travel the world to realize that we're all just a bunch of humans and that we're all connected in some way. We all smile, we all laugh, we all cry, we all hurt, we all heal, you know? But it does feel like there's quite a bit of division across the United States as far as, like, you know, people being hater asses on each other's states and whatnot. Like, I'll talk about how conservative Texas is, but I've had some incredible experiences there. People welcomed me into their fucking homes. People recommended me the best food places in town, and guess what? I think they were right. The food was amazing. We did a couple concerts there on a tour, and every show was sold out. Everybody was smiling at the front. You know, everybody that we met while traveling, and, you know, like, all these situations that we got into driving through Texas for like 5 or 6 days to different cities. And I mean, I had such a great time, but I saw, you know, what people say is it's more conservative, a little more strict, you know, people don't smoke weed or talk about it. And like, I saw all the things that people described, and I get it. But that wouldn't make me sit and talk shit about Texas like most people might, given, you know, if you're me. It's crazy. Like, I'd rather make friends with people from every state and learn about what's good about that place than act like, oh, this person's from here, fuck them. I've done San Diego to Seattle, which is technically a cross-country trip, but it's north to south. I've done cross-country trips from east to west, from west to east, but I didn't stream those. 20% speak Spanish, but yeah, exactly, but those are from immigrant families. The first language, English, in the United States. So we all have this opportune chance to communicate. Like, even in Mexico, people will travel like 100, 200 miles away from where they live and they'll hear some like dialect of a Mayan language that's like not Spanish, and they'll be like, damn, I don't know what this lady's saying. Like, 2 tacos, what? How do you, dos? They're like, huh, dos? What is that? Like, and even the people that speak the other language don't know the Spanish. But we live in a place where everybody knows how to communicate with each other, and we're so divided. It's like, oh, god damn. So what we need is better communication skills, which is one of the first things I notice when I have any type of heated argument with anybody, is that there's a lack of communication skills that turns it into some kind of feeling uncomfortable to talk about it rather than using it as an opportunity to learn from one another. And that's because not a lot of people have good communication skills, but they have beliefs and they have morals and they stand on that shit. They'll die on that hill, but they don't even know how to communicate it with somebody, you know? They don't know how to have a conversation about it rather than just communicate what they believe. And that's what differentiates people who educate themselves and are able to have diverse conversations and not want to punch the person or invalidate their beliefs. Or like, clearly if everybody has polarizing beliefs and they're like dramatic as fuck, like you're really trying to stir the pot, then I get it. Arguments, like miscommunications, even somebody great at communicating can't necessarily freestyle a conversation on the spot and make it fucking work. You know, when people have professional political debates, they literally take notes, they bone up, you know, they hang out, they talk to other people and have intelligent conversations just so they can mentally prepare themselves for having, because that's how intricate politics is. That's how intricate having a conversation about it is. Like, these people prepare. So when people are just like, oh, this and that, like in the chat, like all outspoken, it's like, bruh, the fuck? What pedestal did you just stand up on? Do you really want to talk about it, or are you just outspoken? Like, you know? So navigating that shit on the internet is tough, man. A lot of people just avoid it at all costs. And if I didn't live outside practically for the past 3 years, if I didn't experience things in life, if I wasn't born in a kind of fucked up place like Detroit, then maybe I would avoid politics, but it hits too close to home to not have something to say. And I'm not a know-it-all, and I could be corrected, and I could even seek somebody else's advice. But it's like, it's hard for people to just understand all that when they just see me or they hear me or I say something. And so with all that being said, I do really respect a lot of you guys for just being so chill. And I know that I probably said something that you could probably say like 20 things about, and maybe you're kind of holding your tongue a little bit just out of respect or something. And either way, I just want to say thank you guys for being so chill. You know, I think when most people talk about politics, it reveals a lot about their truest character. And I think that a lot of people avoid it and leave. And some people don't know what to say in chat because they're like, oh, I don't really go to streams that talk about this stuff. Well, I'm not a political streamer. I'm not an activist. I just am a person. So thanks for putting up with me when I do bring it up. Thank you for maybe not bailing on the stream and waiting it out if it's like totally not a topic you have any interest in even hearing my opinions on, even if it's like some shit you don't know about. Thanks for putting up with that once in a while. I would imagine being in politics is like being a mechanic. You're like, shit, I studied this enough, I know enough to be a professional at this. And then you're like, god damn, everyone's stress put on me all the time. I gotta fix everyone's problems. I gotta correct all the errors. I could imagine that's what it feels like to have to be like a professional politician or a debater. It's like, it's probably stressful all the time. Probably just go bald after the first few years or some shit. I bite my tongue a lot. Very good for sharing your peace of mind. I highly respect your thoughts. Thanks, I respect you guys too. But mods should. I mean, kind of. To a degree. Therion be like, Karl Marx. Fucking A. Let's go, communism. Yo, I don't even like talk about Hassan because I don't know, I don't need to. But there is a political streamer on Twitch and he goes by Hassan, and it's his name. And he's Hassan Piker. He's like a Turkish guy who's he's very much like pushing socialism and Marxism, and he has like a lot of pull in the political world. You guys probably know who he is, so I'm not going to try to describe him to you. But there was a lot of right-leaning. Okay, well, I mean, either way, I was born and raised in Michigan, so it's interesting to see the way that things move and the way that things change over the years, and maybe more people vote that didn't, and maybe either way. But it looked like, the Republican becomes the majority in Michigan recently, and it doesn't necessarily feel like that or look like that when you're there and you go to different cities and you talk to different people and you know different people and they were born and raised there. But either way, Hassan's been putting in like a bunch of footwork in Michigan. You know what I mean? Yeah, Therion. It's just that there's like a wall that everybody hits where it's almost the same response because they think that what you want is for some type of history to repeat itself. But I feel like the version that people are... Either way, he's been pushing campaigning and door-to-door shit in Michigan. And he is single-handedly actually politically directing in Michigan. Like he's like winning the majorities by promoting the fuck out of it and certain people, candidates for certain things. It's kind of crazy to see a Twitch streamer go to my state where I was born and raised and push in these directions. It's pretty crazy. Oh, you got to meet your son's teacher today? That's good. You survived the friggin' heat. There's nothing worse than having to run a bunch of errands, especially if they're like ones you can't put off till like they're time sensitive, like a scheduled meetup or whatever. There's nothing worse than it being like ridiculously fucking hot. I guess if you have air conditioning, you can survive it in the car. I haven't had air conditioning in 3 years, so I just assume if it's hot out, you're sweating like a pig like me, but I guess that could be wrong. Dude, shout out Seth and Kelly. I don't know if you guys were here earlier when I said this, but I parked and I try to remind everybody that this means a lot to me because, like, we have lurkers, and whether or not that term you like it or you think about it more than you should or not, but a lurker is so many different things, but we have community members that watch this stream that don't chat. We have community members that watch this stream that don't chat, and they never chat, and they're not a part of the chatting community, but they are so fucking in tune with what's happening on stream. I could mention something to them in person because I met them in person, and then I could bring up one thing that happened on stream like 3 months ago, and they'll tell me the rest of the story. Just like you guys, they're here, but they have a detachment from needing to communicate in the ways that we do in chat, right? So there's versions of this on YouTube, Twitch, whatever, and they've been watching for a long time, and I got lucky. They came up to me, they noticed I was streaming, and they came up and they were like, "Oh my God, Danny." And I talked to them for like 20 minutes, and they were so sweet, so kind, very appreciative of like how I was sharing San Diego, and they could tell I really love it here, and keeping up, asking me questions about the van. Like, they're very much paying attention to everything that's happening here. Thank you, Shabby Guy. And so I parked today, and I was kind of getting ready for stream, And a car drove by, and out the window, somebody's like, Danny. And I was like, I literally, without even trying to second guess it, I knew it was them. And so Seth and Kelly park near me, and they bring me like this smoothie. It's like bananas, dates, cacao, peanut butter, almond milk. It's like everything I like in a smoothie. And like this bag with like this cool sticker and this just a bunch of random things, and dude wipes and snacks, some chips and some other stuff, and they gave me $100 fucking IRL dono. I almost never want to spend it. I almost want to frame it. That's it. I mean, I can't even. Seriously, I'm so grateful. And they didn't have to do any of that. Just them being who they are is plenty for me. So, shout out Seth and Kelly. You guys are amazing. And it is so cool. It's so cool that people interact. Bro, I was talking to them for like 40 minutes today, and it's just like our conversations, like we never missed a beat, but they don't use the chat. So like, just know there's people, isn't it? It's so trippy, and I love it, but there's mysterious people out there that feel just as home as you do here because of your chats, because of the, like, dude, they know. I could have been like, oh, Nowhere Gooler Boy, thank you for freaking the resub at 8 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yo, Shabby, what is up? Wife and I work from home, so almost always have something on Twitch and lurk on most channels. I love that. I do a bit of lurking. You know, if you're a streamer who has a thing that tells you anytime somebody enters or exits your stream, and you look at that shit, I guess we're built different. I don't want to tell anybody how to live their life, but I'll tell you how I live mine. I don't look at the fucking viewer list. I never, ever, ever look at it. Ever. Ever. Because why? Why look at it? I think people want to know who's in the stream. They want to see if people are coming and going. But like, there's a certain level of like, you can't even lurk some people's streams without them knowing that you did it. And I guess since it's your channel, and since it's your stream, and since, like, you know what I mean? It's an interesting thing where, but it always leads to like what if I lurked your stream every day, but you psychologically think that that's me not being a good friend? Like, what if me just checking in and not chatting just to see how you're doing is like weird because you always see this little thing pop up that on your side screen, on your extension, it says like Potential Bliss entered at 4 p.m., left at 4:15, entered again at 8 p.m., left it. I don't do that shit, but some streamers have that stuff set up, just so you know. And shout out to all the streamers that I know, because every time I hang out with a streamer or I catch up with a streamer, they always tell me that they lurk my streams. And they'll be like, oh yeah, I saw you doing this the other day. I was there. I check in on you. But they don't necessarily need to draw attention to themselves. So there's a lot of really cool streamers that I respect that do really good work on this platform that that check in here a lot, but they don't chat. Do you see the sea lion? Dude, we gotta go to La Jolla soon. Hold on, it'll pop its head up again. But yeah, hi to anybody lurking. We love a lurker. Plus, like, if a bunch of random streamers check on me, I like to hear it from the person. I don't want like a little list that says that they did, you know? Because you might judge how you are on stream and think like, why didn't they say hi or whatever? I don't know. I don't ever check the chat. I don't check the list. I don't need to. Also, let me be super honest. I can't check it unless I leave this app, open a whole nother app, and like go through all this shit. So technically, it's just something I really don't have a good flow to do anyways. So. Because there's reasons, like I could check the chat list to see which moderators are here, just in case I need help from a mod or something. Yo, Ashik, what's up? Thank you for the raid, dude. Thank you. You always say watcher, not lurker. Yeah, I guess lurk is kind of a weird word. Yo, what's good? How was your stream? Ashik, what's up? How are you? What did you do on stream today? Thank you for raiding. Hi guys, my name is Danny. It was great. Hell yeah. I love that for you. Look at this beautiful little pool up here at the top where there's water dripping down off of these succulents down onto this little spot here. Seems like you're having a nice time. Yeah. We did cashiers versus Karens. What is that? Yo, how have you been, dude? I sent you a message on IG. Bro, that was such a crazy day. I wonder when Arnold gets unbanned from Twitch. Right, Fury? It's so nice. What up, Mac? How you doing, dude? It's good to see you. West Indian Plug, what's good? Pleasant good afternoon to you, too. That's when I live stream from my store at the register, and you guys can see the Karens I deal with. Oh my god. That sounds like a deep cut that you'd find on like TikTok or YouTube or something. Yeah, he ran in front of the archers at Ludwig Streamer Games, at the UC campus in LA. Like all these archers put their bows up and they were doing an archery challenge, and then they pulled the bows back, and then he ran in front of all of them, took his shirt off and was spinning his shirt in the air, and then he got kicked out, and then he got banned on Twitch. He did almost get shot by arrows. The crazy part was that he raided us at the end of that whole debacle. So we got a raid, and everybody in the raid was like, free Arnold, free Arnold. And I was like, what do you mean? And then they were like, he got arrested. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? What happened? And then they're like, he ran in front of a bunch of archers. And I was like I didn't even think about streamer games. I was just like, what kind of fucking fairy tale shit is this? What are we talking about? Like, where did he run in front of archers? I'm like, you guys are so silly. Like, Arnold's community is so silly. And then they're like, no, really? Like, I swear to God. And I was like, really? Because if this happened, he's going to be on live stream fails before I finish this sentence. He's going to be all over Twitter. And then I opened up Ludwig's stream, and I just rewound like 3 minutes. And it was like exactly what they said had happened. I was like, oh shit. I was like, you guys, your boy is gonna get banned. Like, for sure. Yeah. But they weren't kidding. I thought his chat was trolling me, bro. So, Arnold, good luck dealing with that. It's crazy because the amount of fucking vitriol hate you'll get from people for doing like a stunt like that, because it's dangerous. It could be overwhelming, so I really hope that you're able to handle that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you're a lot younger than me. I don't know what I would do if the whole internet was telling me to KMS or whatever because of this one little stunt that I did, right? So please, if you're hearing me, take care of yourself. Don't read the comments. Don't fucking run in front of any more archers. His mods targeted you? What do you mean targeted you? If you don't calm down, he's gonna be the next Johnny Somali. Yeah, you can't be chat captured as an IRL streamer who does like pranky stuff. Because if you're chat captured, meaning you're captivated by the chat, you listen to what they say, you think their idea is good because everybody's agreeing with it, and that can get you in a lot of trouble if you're willing to take risks here and there, because once in a while some of those risks might be a little more than you could chew, like biting off more than you could chew, or you should just not have done it at all. Because like if you could have stood out in like a hilarious manner without it being like a physically endangering yourself by running in front of the archers, then it would have been like maybe it would have been a funny interaction you had with somebody that would have gone viral instead of trying to do something like that, and it would have been more beneficial. Arnold's too sweet and maybe a little like chat captured. Like you don't want him to be like the most scrutinized person, because when it really boils down to it, he's not like a bad person at all, you know? So hopefully they unban him. Therion, if anybody's mods come at you, just be like, I'm a mod in Potential Ballista's stream, one of his only mods. And then be like, whatever you have to say to me now, just know that I'm not just a rando. Right, Ron. I assume, though, he won't be banned that long. You know? Look how beautiful this is. You know, you see a hell of a lot of surfers out here when the waves are good. People love surfing out here off Sunset Cliffs. It's one of the most beautiful places you can surf in the world, truly. Stance was that he brought chaotic energy to streamer games at his own risk. Okay, bye Liz. Good luck taking care of all your other stuff. Love ya, peace. Liz says, love to you all. Blessings. Over on YouTube. And Therion's been here since before any of our grand adventures. Been here for so long. I was thinking we could use that new badge system where streamers can give away badges that are custom. And I don't know if you can wear them in other streams or put them on display, but it would be a unique addition to the subathon. Maybe we have an artist in our community that could make a small badge or two that we could use, and I can, like, you know, let everybody know that you made it as a returning favor. Or I can make one. I could fucking draw one up just from scratch. Just some really lowbrow art. but from Made for Me. But they're all like incentives for people to be more engaged and to have better viewer retention. Because like essentially it's like there's this badge system and you can make it so they only earn the badge if they watch your stream for 25 hours. Or they only earn the badge if they've watched your stream for 100 hours. So I think it'd be a cool way to like commemorate the subathon with custom badges. Kind of like when Kai Cenat did his subathon, his like Mafia-thons. He would always have a custom badge that you could earn by gifting subs or watch time and stuff, and you get to keep it forever to remember it. So it'd be cool if we did something like that. It should be fairly simple to set up too. It's just like built into Twitch. Yeah, where can I find an artist? Oh, there's one, there's one, there's one, there's one. I guess it's just a matter of coming up with an idea. We need more emotes. He was just doing a rerun of his stream. It was like they were ready, bro. Like they kicked him out of streamer the games or whatever the hell that is called, and then he raided me, but then he was online like immediately running the same video from the streamer games. So like he ended and was immediately replaying his video from the stream. So a lot of people probably thought he was still there, and as he's like already posted on live stream fails on Reddit, as he's already got like a Dexerto or a fucking whoever post about him on Twitter. It was like instantaneously like 250,000 views on the tweet about it. So it was like, even though the stunt was not a good stunt, it was like they were professionally prepared to ride the momentum that comes with the viral video going viral or whatever, you know? It was like they were so prepared. Like, it'd be like if the most viral moment that's ever happened on my stream happened today. And it was like a legendary moment. Like, I don't know, fucking, like, it'd be like if Donald Trump was driving down the street, he opened the window and he acted like Mr. Beast and just was like, here you go, here's $1 million. And like, it was on stream, and like instantly, it's like, for sure that's gonna be the most viral thing that ever happens to me in my whole life. And then I raid out, I end the stream, and then I immediately publish the VOD, and I immediately replay the VOD live, like on YouTube and Twitch. So people are like watching it happening, repeating live, like a replay. Like, it's such a well thought out strategy. Like, I don't know if it just fell in place. No, I saw that, V-Kite. That's why I brought it up. Turn Grandma! What's up? How you doing? What you up to? You digging into some of them gummies? Welcome to Sunset Cliffs. We're here at the beach. To the beach, man. What you up to, Grandma? Guys, everybody say hi to Turn Grandma. I wonder how Natural is doing. Probably working. Mango and raspberry. Doing good, just icing my damn leg. I have sciatica problems. Oh no! I hope the ice helps. This is so good. Yeah, thanks for believing in me, guys. I'm not trying to put words down your throat, but I'm starting to get the impression that you guys really believe in me. And I think that without that kind of support in your life, there's a lot of lack. There's a lot of lack. L-A-C-K. So, love you guys. Will I get a mailing ID and SD? I don't know. Good question. I hope people believe in you guys too. I do, as much as I can. You guys know a lot more about me than I know about you guys, but I'm sure if I knew more about you guys, I would definitely be there for you. In the ways that you guys are always able to be there for me somehow. Yo, Natural, let's go. Bro, wait, did your ears just tingle? Or did you happen to be around? I literally just said your name. Anonymous, right? Dude, you were here when we did the Malibu stream, remember? Now we're at Sunset Cliffs, San Diego. We needed this. We're cleansing right now. This is like our retreat from LA. I'm just a figment of collective imagination. You know what? Lone Ranger. Remember how I said I met Seth and Kelly today? They said they like you. Literally. They were like, I like Lone Ranger. I shit you not. Verbatim. Somebody who's never spoken in the chat said that they really like you and they appreciate you. And they didn't even tell me to tell you that. They just told me that. So, figured I'd relay it. I agreed with them. I cannot click off your rules in my Google chat for some reason. Oh, really? Huh. Maybe you need to learn the rules, Huff. Natty, hi, we're in San Diego. We're just hanging out like, this is the only staircase that leads down without like a dangerous path that goes in between, you know, the ridges of these hills. So this one's pretty sick. If you come, you can safely walk all the way down. If the tide is high, you gotta be careful down there. It can get wet, slippery. But if the tide is low, you can walk onto all these rocks. And you can even walk all the way over to here, and you can go down this way. And when the tide is low, this is actually a really good spot for looking for tide pools. Yeah, I think so. Therion. I think they just came and went. I told them I messaged them though, so maybe they'll check it. It's so meditative to just watch the waves slosh up onto the rocks. Sometimes the waves will be so big that when they crash into this section right here, they'll splash all the way over all these stairs. Like there's times where you can't even go halfway down this set of stairs because of the waves. I've only seen one sea creature today. There's way less wind and way less waves. It's kind of nice for the stream because of the audio. Let's see what these guys are doing. You think they're fishing? Let's find out. What do you think they're doing? That last bit of the zoom gets me every single time. Like literally, once whatever I'm zoomed in on fully disappears from your view, every single time that happens, I'm staring at the screen in amazement. Like it's my own little thing that I'm obsessed with now. Because I used to have it where it goes really fast. So the zoom was like hardcore. Zoom. But then I found this feature where I can reduce the speed. And I was like, I wonder what that looks like. And then I was like, oh my God, cinema. That's what it looks like. And obviously there's fragmenting and there's like blurriness. But the fact that we can see it now, and then... Dude, it's so epic. Oh, I never get tired of it. What I really need is to go that far away from the camera and have somebody zoom on me. Wait, I have an idea. Wait. How do I make this work? How do I make an infinite loop that where I'm zooming? It'd be trippy. Okay, imagine I'm however far away this is, right? And then I'm like waving from like a mountaintop or some crazy shit, right? And then it zooms out. And then it's me holding the camera. With a little bit of editing, I think I can pull that off pretty easily. It's all about using the camera movement as a transition. So this movement can be spliced into another video of myself just going like this, like with the zoom video. Is there a video form of shepherd cones? I don't know. I do have other abilities though. Did that work? It didn't work. Or no, can you see it? Was there the Moblin logo in my mouth? Oh yeah, I forgot I can put like background images. I totally forgot I can do that. Whoa! Yo, look at that wave. It's sick. Oh wait, I should film a surfer like this so I can make them surf. Dude, that was crazy. Sorry, it's fun to play with. Why can't I comment on your Twitch page? Wait, did I accidentally ban you or something? I wouldn't be surprised. So, my phone is mega broken. And once in a while, it will literally ban people. Is Dude in SF banned? Don't worry, I banned my mods before on accident, so don't take it personally. I wonder how many people I accidentally ban that just like never bring it up, like never find a way to like, let's see, unbanned. I unbanned you, but it doesn't, I don't know if you're banned. You know what I mean? Oh, I spelt it wrong. Maybe it's your internet, bro. Oh, I didn't spell it wrong. My little translator spelled it wrong in response to... Never mind. I don't want to confuse you. If my vertical discovery doesn't fix itself, we will eventually jump ship to live streaming on a new channel. I'm starting to think that it's just never going to fix itself, but we'll see. Chanel is wondering why I didn't see a mod for a while, and then I realized I accidentally banned them somehow. Oops. Dean, I don't know. Try it again. Try again. You're definitely not banned. Plus, if you were banned, it would say that you were banned or something. Maybe it's your internet. Sometimes when the website or the Twitch app doesn't load properly, the chat will be fucked up. It's not the perfect app. You can always use some bug fixing. Not enough people report the bugs or even know what a bug is, or, you know. Most times it's because people's internet is spotty for a second while they're opening it, or something doesn't quite load properly. Excuse me. What the heck? If there was flat, don't you think all the kitties would have pushed everything off it by now? For sure. Are you using the Dude in SF? I mean, that's... I typed unban Dude in SF because the Dude in SF because you said you couldn't type, so an unban would reverse that. But I don't know. I don't think you're banned. I can comment on other Twitch accounts. Close Twitch all the way, reopen it, and open my stream again. Try again. It shouldn't. That's very unusual. It shouldn't be like that. You know? Oh, it shows you on list of viewers. That's a good start. Is he timed out? What happened? Maybe he just needs to reload everything or something. Clearly, it's still not working. Maybe you need to put in a ban appeal. But it doesn't say you're banned, does it? Because that happened once with Miss Orange Green. I accidentally banned Miss Orange Green, but they couldn't type. Wait, that's the same shit that happened to Miss Orange Green. I think I have to ban you. This is crazy, okay? You have to like open my stream. I have to ban you. Then you have to put in a ban appeal. And then I have to approve your ban appeal. It's like this weird fucking glitch. But that's if I accidentally banned you at some point. And I typed unban just now, which I did with Miss Orange Green when I knew that I accidentally banned them. It's because if I hard press anyone's name in the stream, I can ban them with the click of a finger really fast, which is helpful. But when your screen's broken and it clicks all kinds of shit that you're not trying to click, sometimes it does things. It won't let you pass the rules prompt. No matter what, like you open up the stream again and it tells you the rules and it just stuck there. I don't know, Therion. When it happened with Miss Orange Green, we were like, oh, we'll figure it out, I guess. Like, it was really fucking annoying that they couldn't chat. And then I banned them again on purpose, and then let them put in a ban appeal, and then I approved the unban appeal, and then, or the unban request, and then it freed them. So maybe I just need to ban. Wait, Miss Orange Green, are you here? If you ban somebody, does it immediately pop up a thing that says like ban appeal, like unban request? Is that like something that pops up when you get banned? Tell them you need to scroll down on the rules. It happened to me just before, and then it allows you to click OK on the rules. Wait, Huff might be onto something. Have you tried scrolling down if there's any bit that you can scroll? Like maybe it requires you to at least visually swipe past the rules so that you don't just click through. Yeah, I think you can have like community guideline strikes that are like TOS strikes, and then I think you can have like DMCA strikes, like third-party content, like if you're streaming a movie. And then I think that those stay on your account for a certain amount of time and then they get expunged, I think. Kind of like YouTube. My channel's clean. I gotta go, Danny. It was really fun. You know, I'll be back. W stream. Okay, later, Yellow Boots. Appreciate you. Guys, everybody say bye to Boots. It's always good having you around. You're always so nice, too. Thank you. Listen, I'll pay to fix your phone screen. The only problem with fixing this phone screen is it costs as much as fixing the phone. I mean, like replacing it with another used one. But then the used ones have like parts that are good taken out of them and shitty ones put in. It's like a hard little, it's like a lightweight phone that does everything I need, but it's hard to find, and it's like $180 to replace the screen, which is the same cost of buying a used one. So did you try scrolling on it and it did not do that? Do you think I should try to ban your account so you can see if something pops up that says like you've been banned, like ban appeal, and then just type in like anything and I'll approve it? I'm kind of thinking I should just do that. Because that's how we got Miss Orange Green out of being stuck. But I don't know if the same cause, I don't know if it has the same cause, like the reasoning behind it. Alright, okay. Nobody in here has been banned from a stream before. I've never been banned. I don't know what happens when you get banned. Does it just like say you can't, this content is gone? Or does it say you can put in a ban appeal? Or what? What does that look like? Does anybody know off the top of their head? Come on, who in here has been banned? I know somebody is. You were banned here. Oh, oops. I've probably banned more good people on accident than bad people on purpose. I could hear you, but I couldn't see, and it said I was banned. Okay, let's try it. I hate doing this. Ban the dude in SF. You've been banned, bitch! You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Alright, now since you're on YouTube and you're watching, can you tell me what it looks like? Is there anything that says unban request, ban appeal on there? Luckily they're chatting on YouTube, so we can try to sort this out. Same thing with when Miss Orange Green couldn't type in the chat. She was chatting on YouTube or Kick or something, so it was helpful. Then you unbanned me. You were like, what the fuck, Melissa got banned? Yeah, but when I unbanned you, it just worked normally, you know? Like you didn't have to be like, you didn't have to do what Miss Orange Green did. I think I had to do that for Miss Orange Green because they were like a mod or something. What's up, Silence? How you doing? So, dude in SF, is there, did anything, can you confirm like what you see? Maybe there's a button next to the follow button that says like ban appeal or, gosh, can somebody Google this shit? Where is ban appeal on Twitch if you get banned from the channel? Find yourself banned from a specific channel. You can typically find the ban appeal option through your own Twitch user settings. Navigate to the top icon, select dashboard, look for community. Within community, you'll find an option labeled ban appeals or similar, which lists all the channels you're currently banned and offers the chance to appeal. Alternatively, if you try to visit the banned channel while logged in, a message often appears. You can submit an appeal directly from that page. When you submit an appeal, you'll be presented with a text box. You can write your message explaining why you believe your ban should be lifted. This appeal is sent directly to the channel owner and their designated moderators for review. It's crucial to understand channel bans are handled by individual streamers and the moderation team, not by Twitch itself, so Twitch support cannot intervene in these specific blah blah blahs. Alright, so what up, Dean? You haven't made any updates on YouTube. Trying my best. Request through. Favorite plays. What's up? How are you? Just submitted an appeal. Okay, sick. Let's see how that works. Lone, can you handle that? Deny that shit. I'm just kidding. Can you approve that? See anyone get rescued today? No. Thank God. No accidents so far from my views. Did you see that one recently that went viral on the internet? 17-year-old kid fucking jumped off, landed right on a rock. Have unbanned dude. Lone Ranger remove ban on dude and SF. And is that just by clicking approve or something? Alright, let's see. Yo! It worked! That's so exciting. Thank God. Okay, like I said, the second this came up, I was like, the same thing we did with Miss Orange Green is probably the fix. So there we go. We know how to fix whatever the fuck kind of weird glitch you guys are getting stuck in. Because after I type unbanned, it doesn't lift whatever restrictions, like all of them, for some people sometimes. They're cracking and ticketing people for jumping. Yeah, they do that a lot. They kind of always been doing that. It doesn't really, they're not always here, you know? So. What you been up to? How are you? I hope you're doing well. How's you and your mans? Hope you guys are doing good. Yes, and a given reason. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, we got it working. All right, guys. Yeah, look up S20 phones. And the screen is just destroyed. I'm stuck in a loop of using this phone. I should just switch to the one that Therion sent me. It's just bigger, but it's probably like such a better option. I'm just more discreet when I have a small, like this chat phone is so small. Look at it in my hand. And look at how thin it is. It's super, super thin. It's very light. You know, it's kind of perfect. So if I could replace it, the screen, I would probably want to replace the battery too. Or something. But eventually. I've been talking about it since the day I got it. What did I send you? Motorola? No. Razer phone? I don't know what freaking phone model it is. I can't remember. It's just like 3 times as big and heavy as this one. But also 10 times better quality, probably. I'll probably switch to that and be like, wow, why didn't I do this sooner? Nala put an unban request 7 days ago? Okay. Good to know. Are there any others in there? Yeah, the chat phone with the stylus, yes. Chipping 100 towards a new whatever it takes. Yo, that's amazing. That is awesome. Thank you. I even for a while had this phone from Amazon on my wish list, but then I read a bunch of the reviews and they were like, yeah, don't buy this. These phones like have shitty parts and like clearly they're not giving you like, you know, fresh battery and like all these processors that are all burnt out. Like they might give you the shittier one. I don't know. But I've been trying to kind of figure out that situation for a while. But yeah, I don't know how you'll chip that in, but the most direct way, PayPal. And you don't have to, there's no tax going to the 30% to Twitch or whatever. Yeah, I wonder if it's worth it to just get this thing, like, get the screen replaced in the battery or just get a new one. I should look into that, honestly. More. I looked into it so much before and was just like kind of hit a wall a few times. It was like, yeah, whatever. Can definitely see how it can happen. I highly recommend a OnePlus phone. Why OnePlus? 200 megapixel camera and massive battery. Yo! Thank you so much, dude. Literally, dude in SF. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, dude. Jesus. Dude. Thank you. You didn't even have to do that, honestly. I would have unbanned you and fixed your shit no matter what. But that will help me prevent this stupid... Look, let me just show you guys again. Thank you so much. So when I show you guys this, it's annoying to me, but somehow it's just I've never replaced it yet. But if you look at the phone with it off, you can see it better. Like the cracks, they go all, it's like my windshield basically. There's a chunk like missing under this corner. I have to like sleep it and open it. So what happens is sometimes it'll open like this and it will literally just ban people. Oh wait, you know what I did? I took the ban option off. Because it used to be on there. Damn, how long ago did I ban you on accident? It must have been a while. Because I actually took that button off because it's such an issue. I had to like go into the settings and remove it. Thank you so much, you guys. Can we get some W's for Dude in SF, please? Thank you so much, dude. It came up on the screen and everything and in the chat. Thank you. Rough bands, Luke 3 months ago, a few from 6 months back. Those are probably valid. I recommend the 2 Plus. You know what I like? I like the 6 minus. It's a new one. Zayo, what's up? How are you? Lurker. Thank you so much. That's huge. Maybe one of those tempered glass overlays after you replace the screen. 100%. 100%. When I got this phone, it was this broken with no screen protector on it already. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to prevent it. So I do that with all my phones. This one came pre-busted, so at least I never had to deal with it like being perfect and then it looking like this after. Have you tried D's? Great phone. Yeah, the D1s. D's nuts. Mac, what's up? Yeah, I love the sound of the oceans and waves too, Mac. What kind of landscaping did you say you were doing? I forgot. You doing some hedge trimming, some edging, some mowing, some blowing, some raking, planting flowers, cleaning, pulling weeds. I used to do landscaping for a while. My cousin owned a big business in Michigan. Later, Iceman. It's good to see you. Good night. Sleep well. Guys, everybody say good night to Iceman. If you use a towel, could the wind push against the windscreen, causing further damage? I think that... So, we were talking about the phone screen protector, but I think that with the windshield, nothing's going to make it any worse, you know, by trying to protect it a little bit. Like if I put a towel over the windshield, I think it would be... to avoid getting a ticket for it. Mavi! 23 months! No way! Dude, we're 1 month from 2 years straight. Holy shit, bro. Thank you. How's it going? Such relaxed days. When I was feeling all my sister's swells with abros, and I was helping level my mom's patio with decomposed granite. Ah, okay. Feeling, not feeling. Oh yeah, that's weird, huh? I think I said filling. That came out crazy, huh? Good, thank you yourself. Finally off for 2 days. Let's go! What are you gonna do? I'm great, man. I could not be better. We got a high tide. We got a little bit of waves coming in. I saw a sea lion earlier. I haven't seen any since. Oh, dude, jet skis. Let's go. Ooh. Sunset Cliffs. Dude, that water is pushing and pulling, my friends. Oh, there's someone down there. You better be careful. There is something so relaxing about just like watching the water go in and out of the rocks. I know I've been hanging out by the beach a lot and just showing the water, but I think this is good for both of us, personally. Yeah, he is. You just gotta be a little extra mindful down there. I think he knows his shit. Seems like the kind of guy who has been here before. He has water shoes on too. Remember when those water shoes were so popular? Like the 90s, early 2000s. There's like a spruce tree or something growing out of the side there. Yeah, usually we walk around over here, but the water's so, the sea level is so high. Right, Mac? Sitting here in front of my computer, listening, the sounds are making me calm. Oh, I love that. I love that. I'm so glad to hear that. I was trying to express how calm I felt yesterday, and I never had an experience where it was so vivid. It's like, I felt like I took Ritalin for the first time after having years of chronic ADHD. Like everything felt normal for a second. I was just like, what the fuck? It feels so still and calm and beautiful and relaxing. And I forgot that that level of fucking tranquility even existed. It'd be fun to go kayaking? Yeah, seriously. There's cool, I don't know if you know La Jolla. It's like just, 10 miles up the coast? Just right around the corner over there I was showing earlier. They have like sea kayak, guided kayak things, where in La Jolla, you can kayak through the water, like right near where all the sea lions and stuff are. And you can kayak like pretty close to the cliff's edges and stuff too at some areas. I don't know how much it costs, but it is definitely something we should do on stream one day, 100%. Specifically, kayaking in La Jolla Cove. Yeah, I haven't done much kayaking in my life, honestly. So, I've hopped in a kayak and kayaked a little bit, like in a lake in Colorado, but nothing too remarkable. Thank you, Bob, for following. But yeah, hi everybody, my name is Danny. Welcome in. Feel free to say hello in the chat if you'd like to. No pressure. want to say I'm sorry for venting, getting triggered on your stream. The fires happening not far from us, they keep popping up. I'm getting ready for... Anyways, that's my way of apology. No worries, Liz. No, it's stressful up there. I appreciate you. Don't worry about it, Liz. You just stay safe out there. The waves are almost reaching the wall in the back now. It's got some thrust behind it, see? Oh, this one's coming in hot. I still feel like people assume that all these rocks fall out of the wall, and that's not true. They put a lot of rocks here to prevent the wall from turning into a giant cave. I always thought that's fascinating, like the ocean landscaping. Speaking of landscaping. Damn. Oh, that guy just got out too. Did you grow up in California? I'm born and raised here. I was not, but I feel like I was. I grew up in Michigan. I was born in Detroit. So I'm very appreciative of these kinds of things because I didn't grow up with it. Yep, I was born and raised in Detroit. Sometimes people be like, don't fuck with Danny. Detroit Danny will come out. It's kind of true. Once in a while. For sure, I agree, Lone. The sentiment is appreciated. Not necessary. They need to haul in giant boulders to minimize erosion, exactly. DD, Detroit Danny in the house, that's right. Better watch out. I'll get you. I'm not saying everybody carries a shank, but a lot of people from Detroit. I've had incidences where I've been threatened physically by thugs on the street. And then I'm like, listen, man, I don't know what the fuck where you're from, but I'm not even from here, man. I'm from fucking Detroit. And then literally, like, I've gotten out of violent encounters by saying that I'm from Detroit. Not because they thought I was dangerous, but because they just all of a sudden had this weird mutual respect that I'm from some, like, torn place like Detroit. You know what I mean? They're like, oh shit, your life must be fucked up then, huh? Wait, I won't rob you. Like, I've literally had people stop mid-robbery, robbing me, mugging me, and just be like, oh shit, you're from Detroit? My bad. I'm just like, I even used to joke, like, if you're being robbed, just say you're from Detroit, just as like a last-ditch effort. Just be like, I'm from Detroit, I don't know, man. And then they'll be like, oh shit, all right, my bad. You're like, okay. But I'm actually from there, so if they say, name some streets, I'll be like, okay. And I have had people do that. I say, I'm from Detroit. They go, which part? I say, this part. They go, which streets? I go, bro, do you even fucking know the streets that I grew up on? Like, what are you even trying to do? You want me to name you every street for 20 miles? I can do it. Like, I know the fucking whole state, bro. Let alone the place I was born. You know? You could literally just be like, you could say 8 Mile. They'd probably believe you. Or when I say, you haven't seen nothing till you've seen 7 Mile, 6 Mile, 5 Mile. Like, if you think 8 Mile as a representation of like a bad part of Detroit, you should see more parts of Detroit. It's not as isolated. Very widespread craziness out there. Like if you met somebody and they lived on like 6 Mile, and then you meet somebody who lives on 10 Mile, the people that live on 6 Mile are like, you're a bitch. You're a bitch. Suburban, fucking 10 Mile ass and fucking fake ass Detroiter. Like they'll literally talk shit about you if you're not closer to 8 Mile than them, or like 7 Mile. 8 Mile is much more decent than some other issued outskirt areas. 100%, Bert. 100%. Misty, thank you for following. I'm Canadian, but I've spent too much time at the DTW airport. That's the Detroit airport, guys. I've spent some time in Windsor, Ontario, Toronto, and Niagara Falls. Dude, there's parts of Detroit where it's been like this for a long time, but so say you're driving down a street in Detroit, right? And there's like businesses to your left, businesses to your right, you're on a main street, right? And there's neighborhoods amongst the neighborhoods that if you turn down the streets off that main street, there's little neighborhoods. And dude, there's so many parts of Detroit that when you look down the street, just looking down it, you're like, fuck, man. Like houses that were 2-story duplexes, like the top half is burnt off, but there's like tarp on the roof and there's people living in it still. And like every single house in the entire block was what we call firebombed, where a lot of the houses are just there's a lot of arson, and so you look down a street and then the street will end at a dead end, but every single house will have just look like the whole neighborhood caught on fire. And it doesn't all happen at once either. It's like one house after the next after the next. And then there's people stealing electricity from the block over to the neighborhood that the power lines burned down and never got replaced because the city doesn't give a fuck about that neighborhood. And there's people in front of every house, like one that sells weed, one that sells crack, one that sells heroin. And, you know, the whole setup is just so dystopian. It's hard to even fucking describe. Like, it's the most real and raw shit that you'll ever fucking see in your fucking life. Nothing else has ever reminded me of it to a T. Like, Detroit just has its own fucking thing going on. There's parts of LA that are a little hood and a little rough around the edges that kind of make me feel like home, sort of, in a weird way. I think that East Coast probably has a similar edge to it. Like Chicago's pretty rough, New York can be rough in the rough areas. But Detroit is just like, it's history, man. There's a lot of history there, and there's a lot of people that struggled, and just, dude, Michigan is full of absolute survivors, bro. Like, the amount of grit that you have to fucking grow up there, the amount of grit you have to, like, survive there, you have to really push and be a strong fucking individual. And life is very unfair, and you appreciate your friends, your family, your life for what it's worth, because the struggle is so real. In the summer, it's hot and humid. In the winter, it's freezing fucking cold, like literal snowstorms and blizzards. So, like, these houses aren't adequately insulated. They're not adequately heated or cooled in the summer or the winter. And the seasons in Michigan are 4 seasons, you know? You get spring, summer, fall, winter. You get massive amounts of rain and storms. You get heat, humidity. You get way below freezing temperatures for days on end and nonstop snow. So for people to live in that environment with houses that have just been destroyed over the years, there's a saying, it's cold in the D. And that saying speaks volumes. because people there are cold-hearted. They're cutthroat. The weather's unforgiving. It's fucking freezing. People literally die freezing in Detroit, you know? Like, being homeless in Detroit is a death wish. Literally. Living in a vehicle in the winter, which a lot of people are doing there, is so fucking dangerous. You can fucking fall asleep and wake up frozen, dude. Straight up. But yeah, so people in Detroit, man, shout out for surviving. There's infinitely more depth in history and lore to Detroit. I tried to explain it before, but it's so intricate. Like, you really need to study, research it. Even just use an AI bot or whatever. Fuck, it'll probably give you everything. Just go on the internet, type in, what's the history of Detroit? Like, what happened? And, you know, did the dream die? The motor industry? Blah, blah, blah. Like, look into it. It's very interesting. So, there was a time when everybody wanted to move to Michigan. There was a time when everybody was like, dude, the motor industry's great. We're making $5 a day. And after X amount of years, we can buy a home. And the price ranges of homes in Michigan are this much. And it was just this beautiful American dream of the motor industry being like, giving a lot of leverage to people that were in Michigan. And people moved from all over the world, dude. Like, before the motor industry even like boomed, there was people moving from other countries with the dream of starting a family here, immigrating here. Either way, automation came in. Things that needed to be done by human hands were less and less important. And they blame it on foreign car companies as being the reason, and that's just a stupid excuse from the wealthy people who put all the fucking workers out of jobs by automating all their jobs. Sound familiar? This is what collapsed the motor industry, and now the entire fucking world is automation and artificial intelligence. So we'll see how all the rest of the future goes for the economies and shit in America, but hopefully AI helps the economy. But essentially, people are moving here. People are moving out here from the Middle East. People are moving out here from war-torn countries, like Lebanese people, all kinds of Middle Eastern people, Albanian, Iraq, Iran, Chaldean, fucking you name it, Turks, like all kinds of interesting people. But in mass, certain people were coming in more frequently. Like Belgians were coming in like crazy. That's why my Belgian family and great-grandparents, you know, grandparents, my mom, myself, that's why we were in Michigan. I have family members that worked in the automotive industry and things like that, and you know, there's people either way. Can you imagine moving from a country and coming to America for the dream, and then finding out that the politics and the economy is like pivoting towards automation, and that all the jobs that you dreamed of for you and your kids to have are no longer going to happen? And so what you do is you start becoming a survivor as an immigrant in a country that has failed their immigration, their dreams. And so like you've got all these immigrants that started their own businesses and starting this and that, and it's just kind of an interesting thing. Detroit is so fascinating. You know what's really, really trippy, and I'll change the subject after this, is that automation is what put all these people out of work. Automation is what made miles and miles and miles of warehouses into abandoned buildings. It looks like a ghost town. Automation did that. The irony is that a lot of these buildings now are literal AI philanthropic data center type HQs. So there's like 5 to 7 data, like AI related businesses and startups and stuff that are now occupying the buildings that are only vacant because of automation putting all the people out of a job. So it's like full circle. So like we'll see, or it's like, I don't know, it's like a Black Mirror episode, but in real life. Or the Twilight Zone or some shit. It's just real life. There was a huge rally that's like, fuck all these AI startup companies in Detroit. Everybody was mad about it. Cold in the D. How the fuck are we supposed to keep peace? It's true, dude. Yeah, I mean, sorry, I call people dude at random. I know you're not a dude, but either way, it's so true, man. Cold in the D. We're living in a Black Mirror episode reality. It seems like I know. I know. It really does feel like it. Is there anybody even down here anymore? Let's see. Bro, I'm gonna get splashed. One time I was standing here and a giant wave came over and crashed on me. Dude, it's just amazing. It smells good too. It just smells like the ocean. Mossy. Doesn't smell fishy though. Yeah, what's up, Smiley? It's good to see you. How are you? Kurt Schwitters was a central figure in Dadaism, famous for his Ursonate poem, which that was the start of. It's Cold in the D was the start of his poem, or Cold in Detroit. Culture spot, we should roast a bowl. Hey, now we're talking. Now we're talking. I got this strain called Super Boof, and it's like a tangerine. Like, I don't know. I looked up the genetics, and I think it's labeled wrong or something. It seems like a Tangy crossed with like a Chem Dog or a Bubba or something that's like just so perfectly tangerine, but so perfectly gassy at the same time. It's like so nice. It's very unassumingly strong too. You're like, wow, this tastes great. Wow, it tastes so good. And then you're like, fuck, I'm ripped. Like, you're just enjoying the taste of it. And by the time you're done enjoying the taste of it, you're like, oh, I should put this thing out. So yesterday was my first like full day here. So I was like, what up, Steelers Nation? What's good? It's so good to see you. How's the East Coast treating you? Yesterday was like my first full day in town, right? I streamed, but it was like so active when I got off stream. There was like 4 concerts happening in town. Like 2 of them were outside in the street. There was Drum Circle. It was huge. There was Farmers Market. But I went to City Tacos. I got some tacos. My favorite place to get tacos. And all my homies were there. And I was saying what's up to them. And then I walked to like the Drum Circle. And I walked to all the concerts. And it was super cool. And then I walked past Pizzeria Luigi, and I was like, you know what? Honestly, I'm just gonna fucking get some pizza, even though I literally like just ate tacos. And I was like, I could fit some pizza into my belly. And I saw this one guy that's always super nice, and he's working there almost every time I go. And when I walked in, they like turned a song on, Then everybody started dancing, like freak dancing, like just dancing like as wildly as they could, like all the workers behind the counter, and all the customers were just laughing and like smiling and just like enjoying the fact that these people have a job where they can fucking enjoy themselves, you know? And so I walked in and was immediately like brightened up by a bunch of goofy fucking people dancing behind the counters and like putting pizza in the oven while dancing and stuff. And I was like, oh dude, I'm so glad. Even though a part of me was like, you should budget, like you got snacks in the van, but I was like, fuck that. This is more than just food. This is like a social experience where I get to like see people that I enjoy their customer service and the way they treat people, and like I was like, it's worth it. And I get 2 slices of cheese and he fucking charges me like 90 cents. And I was like, bro, he's the same guy that when he gave me a deal, I was like, why do you give me a deal? I was like, you basically charged me nothing. And he was like, I don't know, you're a cool guy. You seem cool. Like, I mean, and I was like, I mean, no, you know, I'll take it, whatever. But he gave me this discount again yesterday that I was very much not expecting. And, but it's funny because in the back of my head, I was like, oh, I should probably budget. Like, I don't know, I don't need to eat, you know, they're not like the biggest slices either, but they're like so fucking good. Their pizza is really good. But I went in there and he gave me this like, you know, he like subconsciously was like, let me hook him up. And then I have this thing where like I can't get a deal without giving them like a really good tip. It's kind of like almost defeats the purpose of giving me the deal. But either way, I was really happy. Dude, we need pizza emotes. We need that. It's been wet on the East Coast. I saw that. I noticed that. It's been raining a lot. If you're cooking, I hope it was with safety dance. Yeah. You guys know I used to be forklift certified? Yep, pretty cool. Need pizza in my belly, I know, right? You have this friendly, cool persona about you. Yeah, but they don't really, I don't really get to talk to, like at pizza shops, I'm always surprised when the people are super cool with me, because pizza shop interaction is like quick, you know? Like every time I order a slice, there's people behind me, there's people in front of me, you know, there's like an order of operations of how they take the orders, where you pay, where you wait, and you don't often get to mingle with the people working there and chat with them. But for some reason, pizza places always treat me good, dude. Like every fucking pizza place If you're a foreigner and you come to the United States, try out pizza places. Like ones that sell individual slices and you buy one and they heat it up and they put it in the oven for a minute and you walk out with this fresh, hot slice. It's all crispy and nice. Or a dine-in pizza place, because I don't know what it is about Italian-American culture, but for some reason, man, pizza places is like one of the only places in this country that feels like it did when I was a kid, still today. So if you want some of that good old American experience, go into a nice pizza place. And make sure you tip them, because they're one of the only places out there being super cool. I would get a Hodad's burger while down in OB, that's right. I was with a friend and he got like the big ass burger that they sell. And I think he said he would choose a different one next time. Like it was like almost too much of an overkill of a burger. Like he couldn't eat it properly. You know when a burger's like too big to fit in your mouth? You have to like decide the new way to eat a burger. Yep, Hodad's is still there. Holding it down. In LA, I kind of don't stand out. I like blend in when I'm filming and streaming in public because so many content creators are there. But when I'm in especially Ocean Beach, San Diego, I don't feel like, obviously somebody's got to stream it. Somebody's got to show what a cool town this is. Somebody's got to roam the streets and stuff and the beaches and the cliffs and the trails and viewpoints and check out the local eateries, which we have done extensively here. But I still feel this like different level of modesty that I want to present myself with when I'm here. It's a little different. Like, you walk around this town enough, there's something like quote unquote sacred about it. Like the vibe, the retention of what it feels like, what it kind of used to feel like. Like, this is one of those towns that's like Santa Cruz legendary. Like, there's surfers, there's cool people, there's earth conscious people, like environmentally friendly people in the Bay Area down to San Francisco or down to Santa Cruz. And Santa Cruz was always like so loved because there's a certain vibe that when you just go to Santa Cruz, it's so Santa Cruz. And like, if you're from the Bay Area and you go to Santa Cruz, it's like a getaway to a cool place that's close to where you live. A lot of people will say it's changed, surely it has, but it still retains some of its, I don't know if I'll call it charm, but some of its like personality. And I think Ocean Beach, as far as surf town, laid back people, support your local eateries, your local lawnmower company, you know, everybody knows somebody that's like an electrician or a plumber, and it's like you don't just call a number in from Google. You know everybody in town has a service and is good at something, and that they've owned a business here for 20 years, and it's not like that everywhere, guys. Like, Ocean Beach still has that charm and that feeling of like, oh, I know why people have always loved this place. But some places lose that spark. Like, people always, you know, talk about it. Yo, Steelers with the $10 dono, dude. Hell yeah, I want to treat you to a slice of pizza. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go. Thank you. Started in 1969 as a tiny beach walk-up stand at the end of Santa Monica Avenue in Ocean Beach, California. Founded by... Wait, what started then? Pizzeria Luigi? Oh, sorry, Hodad's. Started in 1969. The iconic burger joint takes its name from the surf culture slang for someone who comes to the beach and has a surfboard but never surfs. Oh shit, I didn't know that. You're a good man, my friend. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that a ton. Genuinely. Takes one to know one, they say. Steelers Nation. Let's go, Pittsburgh. I can't wait to visit there sometime. I know, you're going to love it. I know you're going to love it. You guys, Casey, she'll post like pictures of nature and videos on her stories of like going on walks and to parks and places and stuff. Do you guys go out? When you go out, do you take pictures like that and save it? Clearly I do, because, I mean, look at me. I carry all this heavy-ass backpack, battery banks, and I have, like, arthritis in my hands from holding the goddamn tripod for 3 years. Literally 3 years. I agree, Ocean Beach still kind of has it, yeah, for sure. I think everybody in life's a little on edge. And I think there's people who really are territorial of this town. Like, if you came to this town and you start disrespecting the locals, bro, or local establishment, it's like you're not going to fit in at all. So you can't really be much of a hater ass as a transplant coming here. you won't fit in. But if you're a little territorial because you're born and raised here and you're concerned about people like me showing up in a van, I'd love for people to realize that there's more to it. That I've rented many places in San Diego. I've lived in a bunch of different towns in San Diego. I have friends here. I worked here, So I think that they worry that there's a lot of advantageous people who come here to camp and sleep in their vehicles because they hear it's so pretty and they hear that they're relaxed with some of the parking and the overnight sleeping rules. And then people come in and turn it into virtually a town that becomes a free campground. And there was a big lawsuit. Somebody was bothered while sleeping and they sued the county of San Diego and they won. They won a $3.2 million settlement and 3 years of more flexible, relaxed rules where they can't give people tickets for sleeping in their vehicle. And then once that went viral and people heard about it, a fucking more than you'd ever imagine, a flock. This town is infamous for surfing, all kinds of visiting, vacation. San Diego in general, it's on the way to Mexico. So a lot of van lifers and surf culture, like road trippers and people that do family vacations and drive the coast. This is a place where people will stop already and not even pay for camping. And it kind of just worked. But then fast forward to 2026, every tweaker and their mom has a fucking van. And it's not just people who, it's a mixture of circumstantially they're there and not by choice. And then people that are there by choice and not circumstantially. And so everybody gets lumped into this one picture where everybody deserves the same treatment. And it's hard to differentiate that when you live in a town where you see a lot of messiness, or people leave trash, or people dump piss jugs in their fucking front yards of people's houses. And I totally understand why people might look at me in my van and be like, fuck this guy. He doesn't even probably live here, what has he done for our community type thing. And I respect the hell out of that, honestly. And there are not many towns like that. But once in a while, I think I get sized up by an Ocean Beach local. Not in a negative way, but in a way that's just where are you from? Are you from OB? And I just tell them the truth and make sure that they know that I love it here and that I only exist in places I love. And I live my life on that I stand on that shit. So I think it's pretty easy for people to read me. And I never ask for anything or ask about resources. I figure everything out on my own, I'm not just I think people are kind of advantageous, and some people have been living in a vehicle or on the streets for so long that they become a nuisance or, an eyesore for the town. Rather not become that, I'd prefer to provide something additional to this town and what it already offers by just being here. And being an interesting person who cares about other people and who likes supporting these local businesses. And I see the value in this kind of community and in an entire main street with literally almost all entirely owned by local businesses. There's a bank, there's a Target, and I think everybody voted against the Target. The majority vote was no. Even though it's convenient and a lot of people shop there and it's probably helped a lot of people, the majority was naysay. But the amount of money that Target was willing to provide was the yes. It didn't even matter, something along those lines. Typical to how Walmart ended up in Humboldt. Everybody in Walmart, 90% of people were fuck Walmart, we don't need your bullshit store, fuck you. And then they just offered a shit fuck ton of money. And then the county, Humboldt County was oh, well, we love Walmart, we'll let them be here. So there's all these corporate chains that get promptly refused. We will definitely survive without you. And that Walmart that they opened, it became so bad because people would steal from there. It was one of the most stolen from Walmarts in the country. And they had just built the shit. And then people were sleeping in the parking lots overnight, and it was all these Humboldt delinquents that are kicked out of farms and shit. And it was good job. We didn't want the Walmart, dude. And I lived in Humboldt at the time. And we didn't want the Walmart. We didn't want the attention that it draws in people for the free parking, 17 years ago. Everybody's oh, you can park at Walmart when you travel for free. And like once the internet became popular and everybody spread the word of that, every tweaker on planet fucking Earth was sleeping in the parking lots of Walmart. So it kind of like just immediately, like, I mean, even as far as 15 years ago, the whole parking in a Walmart thing is done. Like, it doesn't really work. In fact, they have like security, they have cameras, they enforce like this is not a part of the culture. We're not supporting you guys living here for free. Because people will just stay there for like a month at a time. Walk in the store, steal every morning, use the restroom, leave trash in the parking lot, call drug dealers to show up and sell them drugs. It's like, dude, Walmart is like is absolutely a horrible bullshit fucking corporation. I ask this question to a lot of streamers. Does it make you nervous or scared that most streamers don't have a retirement? No. I never started streaming because I thought I would retire from it. I'm more likely to find $1,000 on the fucking ground. I understand my value though. I do have a sneaking suspicion that I've had a lot more job and work experience than a lot of people who stream. Like, especially people who think that streaming is like the one-all, be-all, like in any facet. Like, if you're not in the hierarchy and you're not making like $100 grand a month for like a year, there is no such thing as retiring from streaming. And there's a difference between being able to earn money and manage money, right? So there's a difference in professionalism from people who've had a lot of jobs, haven't lived with their parents for years, and they paid their own bills, they'd seen the increase in price in food and all these things, that like nobody in their right mind should believe that unless, like I said, you have a major upswing. You get like literally catapulted into the hierarchy, like somebody famous on Twitch like befriends you. And like they're like, hey, you want to ride this wave with me? Like, you want to piggyback off all this shit? Because that's what they all do. And like they're only friends because they have to be. You know what I mean? Like they collaborate to build each other up, their followers and their sub counts. And there's like a limit. There's a ceiling above every streamer depending on who you fuck with and what you do for a living. Because some streamers are anomalies and will grow without even collaborating, without even any big affiliations with brands or companies. But with that being said, if you're a streamer, like any of these streamers with 10, 20, 30,000 viewers, even if it's their peak, anybody can make money. Not everybody can manage their money well. If you think, oh, I need to buy a house in LA, I need to live near the mess, I need to buy a $25,000 camera, I need 2 streaming PCs, I need a gaming PC, I need 2 cool cars, I need to impress my girlfriend by spending $500 a week on food for her. Like, no. You realize these rich ass people that actually sustain their fucking livelihood and save, they budget, bro. So if for some reason you're making $100 grand a month for a year and a half, even before you started making $100 grand, you should have been saving. So even after you're making $100 grand, you should still be able to save. During that moment where you're making $100 grand a month, you 100% need to not touch that fucking money. If anything, it has to be put into an asset that appreciates in value, not depreciate, right? So like a lot of these people don't know how to invest their hard-earned cash. A lot of these people don't know how to save it. They're into materialism and bullshit. So there's probably quite a few streamers out there that would miss that chance and spend it like they won the lottery, even though they worked really hard for it because they don't understand the concept of like, you know, value and saving and investing and all these things. And like, so for example, if I had a year and a half where I made $100 grand a month, maybe after taxes I wouldn't be, but I promise you I'm a millionaire until I pay taxes. Like I promise you $100,000 a month is literally going into my savings. You know what I mean? So, and just like me, like last year, my subathon was my most financially beneficial month of the year. I streamed for like 700 hours. I was on screen like 300 plus hours. And I streamed every single day. And I walked hundreds and hundreds of miles. And I didn't, you know what I did? I bought a like $2,200 MacBook and I put like 3 years of insurance on it. And ever since I've had that, it's helped me so much with my work and with my sponsors and with all kinds of stuff. I've just never had that. I've never had it. And I knew that if I invested this hard-earned cash into something that was valuable for me on and off stream, that it would be worth it. But it ended up being 100% business, and I've only ever used it for business-oriented things. But like, I knew that buying a nice computer or a nice laptop would benefit me no matter what. And a lot of people don't make investments that benefit them no matter what, you know? Like, I have to buy the new iPhone every year. I have to trade in my iPhone, you know, get the rebate back or whatever they give me like 3 weeks after I pay them full and give them a fucking phone. And for me, that is a successful year. If I was able to renew my phone for the newest one, and if I have a computer that's not out of date yet, I succeeded, and that was a great year. I really only need to invest in things with the van, and outside of the van, I don't need cool clothes, I don't need nothing flashy, I'm not trying to impress fucking anybody, and none of that impresses me. Like, I don't have any I don't need that shit. And so I was able to work really hard, and you guys reciprocated with supporting me, and I was able to reinvest into myself, and I was able to list it as an asset, which reduced my taxable income. And if everybody thought this way, a lot of people would financially be better off from streaming, you know? I've always said the best kind of streamer is a streamer with a job outside of streaming, because you'll never see them worry about how many subs they have. You'll never see them wince if they don't hit a goal. You'll never see it. You'll just see a hard-working person who loves to stream but also has a job so they can keep their feet above ground or head above water or whatever, you know? Like, when I started streaming, I was like, guys, I'm not solely relying on you. I'm not trying, this isn't like a make it or break it attempt at being a streamer. And I was like, just so you guys know, I had a sick job. I quit it. She said I can come back anytime. And I told you guys, if there's moments where I feel like, oh shit, I need to make a decision and I need to cut back on streaming, that I'll just do it. And don't worry about it. Like, I'm a fucking hard worker, man. If I'm not streaming, I want to be doing something. And I've really respected your guys' acknowledgement of that. You guys were like, oh, sick, thanks for it's not pressure. There's no pressure. Because sometimes I feel like streamers put their community under this pressure where they're like, oh, I want to be full-time FT streaming. Oh, I want to quit my job. Yo, Jagged, thank you for the 222 bits. But people be like, I want to quit my job, or I want to, like, how long until I can quit? And I've seen people do it in ways that's like, oh, really? You're going to put that on your community? Bro, your viewership isn't even, like, astronomical enough to lean on that. Like, how do you not think about your individual supporters who've gifted the most subs, donated the most? And how do you not understand that you're, like, leaning on them super hard if you're going to tell them, like, hey guys, I'm quitting my job. I think, it's like, oh, fuck. So what? You expect every person who supported you to be able to, like finance that much money into supporting you consistently by, like, talking to their fucking accountant or something? No, there's no control or expectation around that shit. So what you really need is, like, you need to love the game. You need to be good at streaming. You need to be streaming what you love and excel. Whether it's a game and you're good at it, whether it's politics and you're great at it, whether it's being a weirdo and you're good at it, art or music or whatever. You gotta have high viewership. You gotta have sponsors. You have to be on multiple platforms. You have to be posting long form content. You gotta be on the payment program on Instagram, TikTok. You gotta be monetizing everything from every direction. You have to have a systematic thing where you make clips and you post them, and you have to be, like, absolutely fucking crushing it. And even then, you should probably tell your community, listen guys, I'm gonna try this for a brief period of time. I'm not fully fucking committed. I don't want to lose you guys. I don't want you to lose me. Like, we'll try this for 6 months. My job told me I can reapply again. They understand I'm excited and I want to do my own thing and be independent. And, like, to approach it like that is so much more safe. But every streamer does stuff differently, so it's hard to, you can't really judge anybody, but you just have to go with what they do. You can't tell them what to do. I guess since I'm on the subject, another thing is pre-partner push. Partner push before you push it, before you should. I don't think it's good for the streamer or the community. Like if you're not sitting at 60 viewers, 70 viewers, if you're not averaging 60 viewers without a raid, like on a daily basis, and sometimes a little higher, but then definitely partner numbers with raids, I would say wait until it's built up to like start putting that effort in, you know, and all that weight on your community. A lot of people do that. Like there's nothing worse for your own psyche as a streamer to have to cancel some big push that you're doing because you failed. Right? Don't set yourself up for failure. Prepare yourself and ready yourself to succeed at it. And do it. You got to strike when the iron's hot, which with Twitch, that means when you have time to stream and your momentum is good and your viewer retention is good. And don't overstream because it'll lower your average depending on your viewership at the beginning and end of stream. It's all math. If you keep track close enough, it's pretty easy to get partnered on Twitch now. Like with consistency and integrity and, you know, good content. There's a community for everyone on here. Was that 2 hogs? Yep. It's weird. That hawk looks like a seagull. All right, I'm gonna make you guys be as ADHD as me. What are foods that you remember from family get-togethers if you were fortunate to have them? I'm so sorry if some of you guys have never had them, I know. Sometimes I say things and I remember it's not everybody's experienced the same upbringings, you know? But what are foods that you remember? Ones that you hated and you avoided, and ones that you were always really happy if they had at a family get-together? My family did this thing where they burnt the fucking dinner rolls every single year and it wasn't even on purpose. It's because our family would hang out and talk to each other so much. Obviously, I'm very talkative, so are they. Every single year, we burn the dinner rolls. Every fucking year. And we just eat them burnt. We just eat the parts that aren't burnt. Corned beef and potato pie. I'm a retired paramedic after 25 years of service. I never had what it takes, I guess, to be a streamer. I do have a good friend of mine who's a firefighter, paramedic who is a streamer and loves it. Wow, that's crazy. Well, what's cool about streaming is you find like these like legions of people, like these like guilds and shit. Like there's veteran streamers who served in the military, and there's like hashtag veteran streamers, you know, there's like a guild for people who are LGBTQ. There's a guild for, there's like all these little like not just minority groups but also like niche things on Twitch. Like you'd be surprised, like if you're a veteran and you put hashtag veteran in your tags on Twitch, the likelihood that veterans find you is very high. And they're really supportive of each other and cool. It's hashtag paramedic. Faith, you're at Sunset Cliffs. I am. I was just talking about you earlier. Faith will come here and be like, "Are you here? Let's hang out." And I'm like, "No, I'm gone." I'll be like, "How long are you gonna be here?" And she'll be like, "I don't know, a few days." And then I'll be like, "Okay." And then like 10 days later, I'll be like, "Oh, if you're only there a few days, I can't make it." And then you'll be here for like 10 days. And I'll be like, "Well, if I would have known that you were here for 10 days, I could have made it work." But we're both just as spontaneous as one another, I guess. So. You're good at remedies. What do I take? I have the flu. first. A big hug. Come here. Get in there. Shit tons of water. Drink so much water that you're concerned that it might be too much. And depending on what your symptoms are, you really might want some ibuprofen or some Tylenol. Like, I don't know what your flu symptoms are, but you can have uneasy stomach, you could have sore throat, you could be throwing up, I have no clue. You could be sweating. Yes, drink lots of water. Tea, actually, I don't know, I don't want to be that guy. But either way, the tea can dehydrate you. So like when I was growing up, my mom, she would say, drink a glass of water after your glass of tea, which I would never do. But she wasn't wrong. If I like chugged a glass of tea, I would still be like dry mouth afterwards and shit. Oh wait, and green tea has caffeine in it, so you might want to. Lymph nodes the size of golf balls? No, really? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, damn. That sucks. I'm sorry. Have you been getting good sleep, or have you been like doom scrolling and shit? Be honest, because sleep is so helpful. The worst part about not being able to sleep while you're sick is just like literally you feeling sick being the reason why you can't comfortably fall asleep. I went to the Asian market opening in Arizona. There was 1,000 people. That's where I got it. Really? Yo, thank you, Jagged. Oh no, you got sick at the Asian market? You guys, Faith grew up here. She's one of the lucky ones. But she moved. Dude, the sunset last night was insanely beautiful. Waiting for my daddy to give me house, Point Loma house. Oh, nice. And then you're gonna be like, haha, look at me, I have a house in fucking PB. Or in OB. In PL. Well, I'm gonna flex on everyone. Then you're gonna have you're gonna have a slew of boys that want to live with you there and retire with you there. Yeah, the sunset was gorgeous. I post pictures on the Discord though. If I don't stream it. No, just anybody in general. Like if they knew where you lived, like this place is so beautiful. They'd be like, oh, throw a ring on it. They're like, do you know her yet? They're like, nah, but she has a house in Point Loma. And she's cute. Watch out. You'd be like, oh, how the tables have turned. In Arizona, too. Like, leaving Arizona behind. Meanwhile, Danny in the back like, bro, she crazy AF. Not gonna... Yeah. I hope not. I don't know if you are. You seem chill. I feel like you're better off in a place that's better for you, you know? Like, you can't grow up in a place like this and then fucking move to the desert of Arizona and actually feel like you should be there forever. I was literally just talking about you today to two people that used to live in Arizona and they've been living here for like the last 15 years. The weird thing is that if you rent here or live here, you just can feel that way by going out to the beach, and like everybody else that joins, it just makes it feel right. Like last night, it was a Wednesday. Dude, every single cliff was lined, like 100 people, every cliff just standing there, no phones out, just enjoying life. I was like, man, this town, it's just so good. You heard OB housing went down rent-wise? You never hear that. You never hear that. That's rare. They traded you? I did the opposite? Wait, what do you mean? Follow Seabass jokes? No. He's the guy who plays the drums at the end of Newport. Oh. There's a few guys that do that. Does the BMX stand-up thing? Last night was cool. There was a guy playing with a drummer at the end of Newport. And he had like a surfboard that had a bass guitar and a 6-string guitar like cut and built into the surfboard. So he's like holding this big surfboard, like singing all these Sublime songs. And there's like a skate jam happening in the parking lot at the end of Newport. And in the corner of the parking lot was another band playing. And there was a band playing at Winston's. And it was the farmer's market and the drum circle. It was just like such an active day. You interviewed him at Lighting? Yeah, I was like walking around the drum circle and people were like, yeah, man, like, what's up? Patting me on the back. Like, I didn't know any of the people that were doing it, but like everybody treats each other like they're brothers there, you know? Yo, Jagged, thank you. You interviewed him at LIB 8 years ago? Damn. I worked at LIB like 12 years ago. Back when the dinosaurs roamed. W Spot, thanks for showing it to me. Of course, Realm. I love this spot. How are you? Yeah, Faith, Seth and Kelly, they're like from Arizona, but they've been living here for 15 years. They watch my streams, but they don't communicate through chat. They don't do donos, chats, nothing like that. But they're like everyday watchers. And I was literally just talking about that whole like Arizona to OB and the difference. Like I brought you up to them. They pulled up very OB style. I parked up here and they just pulled in front of me. I wasn't even streaming or anything. And they were like, Danny. And they gave me like a bunch of snacks and like just super. They gave me $100 fucking bill, dono, IRL tip off stream. By the way, I feel like that deserves a lot of acknowledgement. It's fucking awesome. I was like, damn. I was like, man, I'm just gonna frame this shit. Like, I don't know, it's crazy. It's so generous, and it's so special. Like, yeah. So they're just so sweet and. They're so OB. They're not from here originally, but like they get it, you know. And yeah, they just pulled up, and it's so funny. I was literally talking to them about you. I was like, yeah, I have a friend who's there, but grew up here, and I always seem to miss her every time she comes to visit. I was like, but yeah, they did the opposite. They moved from there to here. And he works in like the glass industry and runs a business. And he was like, man, you know, the reason all this rust happens, even if it's prone to rust, is a shitty install. And it's funny because that is one of the main preaching points on the forums for my van, is that if you ever replace the windshield, you have to be hypercritical about how you do it, because of the nuances to the design. So like, even if you don't get the crazy rust I do at the bottom, a bad install can cause leaks, and on this van, it's more prone to that than other vans and other windshields and blah, blah, blah. But he was like, yeah, dude, I bet it was the install that really fucked this over. You know, it would have lasted a lot longer, even with the rust, and, you know, it would have just, either way. He was dead on. He's so right. Because it's the only part of my van that has English on it. The only part of my van that doesn't have Mercedes logos on it is my windshield, because at some point they had it replaced. So Junior Ella was trying to sell me his beater van for like $3K. He was shit-faced. He's like, I want mango. I'm like, what the fuck is mango? And he poured me a mango White Claw. Damn. Yeah, don't buy anybody's shitty beater vans. Don't do that. If you're gonna buy a shitty beater van, make sure it's a foreign diesel. It's more complicated, but it's more fixable. Believe it or not. If you buy an American van and you travel like I do, it's amazing. You can go to AutoZone, get every fucking part that ever existed for your vehicle, fix it easily. Mechanics don't charge you thousands of dollars for one water pump or one simple thing. And if you drive a foreign diesel engine, like a German diesel, like when I asked for my water pump quote for just the water pump, they quoted me $4,200. So what I did is I bought all the parts, I bought all the tools, and I did the whole job myself for like $1,200. And yeah, it was stressful. And yeah, it took me like 2 months to study the engine, to understand it enough, to feel confident enough to take the whole thing apart. And yeah, when I put it back together and turned the fucking van on, all it did was shoot a bunch of crazy different liquids all over the place and made me nearly have a heart attack. Sure. But I took it all apart again and put it back together a second time. And I did it all correctly. But yeah, so now, you know, I have like $600 worth of tools and a bunch of experience, which is way more valuable than paying anybody in my life $4,200 to fix something. And it was $4,200 to fix the water pump, to replace it. You know what I did? I replaced like 10 rubberized lines. I replaced the idler pulley, the entire system, the entire belt system, everything brand new. I replaced a ton of shit. All of that for $1,200 and an oil change. And all they were gonna do is replace just the water pump and leave all the old hoses and all that shit. So it can be tricky, but American cars are not as reliable and they're not as gas efficient. They don't get as good a mileage. And there's all these like little reasons why you should be very weary of buying a gasoline van. Like I have friends who get 6 miles a gallon and I'm like, what the fuck? And they're like, yeah, but you know, I only have to stop for gas like every couple hours. And I'm like, dude, I can drive for 6 fucking hours non-stop without even running out of gas. Like, I can drive 600 miles on one tank. So, I mean, I don't know. The convenience of having an American car because the parts are easily accessible and the tools are easily accessible. Like I had to buy foreign tool bits. I had to buy all kinds of things that read in Newton meters and not pounds inch. And, you know, like I had to really convert into a German mechanic life. But it's all worth it. No, I have to use diesel. And the one tank is 30. The tank size is 26.5 gallons. I'm doing Uber Eats, but my car takes 91 and I'm only 18 miles per gallon. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's, there's, the economy doesn't make more money if your car runs forever. It's not Japan, you know what I mean? Like Japan, they build cars to fucking live forever. You maintain it, it'll go 250 miles. Very common, the majority of them will. In America, they were like, let's build these parts to a certain standard, but also to a certain life expectancy. Whether that life expectancy relies on the time that it was purchased or installed or whether it relies on the mileage and usage, you know, it's bad. Effectively, this thing needs to be replaced, even if the car sat for 10 years and you think it's perfect. You know, there's just a lack of reliability when it comes to these things with American cars. You should not be visiting the fucking mechanic as often as people do in America. It's a built-in redundancy. Yeah, 6 My car's made in Japan. Let's go. Yeah, I've had Toyotas. They're great cars. Hondas. Yes, I've had Japanese cars and German cars. But I've also had American cars too. I almost got a 2026 Corolla, but dude, it was manufactured in America. You know, I think that they build the parts in Japan and then they reassemble the rest of the vehicle. Like, they might ship the engine separately, but they'll put the engine all together and they'll test it in the origin of where it was built, and then they disassemble the engine. Yo, thank you. Subby crew, where? Are we about to be raided or something? Thank you, Jagged, for the 100 bits. Oh, Subi Gang. Yes, Subi Crew. Sorry. I thought you were talking about Subby, my friend. It's okay. I'm really good at mistyping. You'll notice if you see me in other people's chats. Or like the punchline to a joke. I always mess up the typing on it and it fucking ruins the whole thing, you know? Damn internet. What are we listening to? He jumped in. Yeah, exactly. They used to make cars out of steel, dude. You used to be able to get in an accident and neither of the cars would be damaged. Now, if somebody hits you with a car from the 80s or 90s, your car will probably disintegrate because it's made of fucking plastic and shit, you know? No offense. I love Hondas too. I had a Toyota Corolla and a Toyota Camry and a Toyota Sienna. I've had 3 different Toyotas. I almost got another Honda when my brother passed away, but it was too depressing. I didn't want to deal with it. Because my brother left behind a car when he passed. It used to be my mom's. You have a Subaru Outback? Hell yeah. I remember when Subaru became like the brand of Coloradans, like people from Colorado. It's like everybody in Colorado drives a Subaru. An Outback, a Forester, or whatever. It's good. Whoa. This song. You know what's absurd is flying cars. Dude, people are bad enough at driving. What is it going to require? Or maybe flying cars will only be autonomous, right? Because I keep seeing like China and other people. Yo, Jagged, thank you. Thank you, bro. We gotta do a La Jolla day, huh? Maybe tomorrow I'll go to the gym and like closer to La Jolla, so that when I'm done there, we can just go straight to La Jolla. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. It's Friday, should be a nice, busy day. Lots of people, lots of beautiful views. You guys want to do that? See all the sea lions tomorrow? Dude, I watched the Jetsons, bro. I always thought that it wasn't too far away, but I don't know. I always thought maybe. And with Back to the Future, you know, time travel, you know, it's kind of like, hey, maybe we're onto something here. What up, Johnny? What's up, dude? Dude, so many good people have come to the stream today. Take the same time frame from when the first automobile was created in the late 1800s until Henry Ford mass-produced them for the public. Yeah. You know, I went to the Ford mansion once. He like traveled the world and then designed the mansion off of like a dozen or so castles and shit from around the world. So it's got this really unique build. My niece got married there. So we got to go there for her wedding. And so like the Ford mansion, you can rent it to do weddings. I was like, Ford mansion for a fucking what? We're going to a wedding there? I was like, shit, I'm not missing that. And outside, there's like a bunch of old models of the Ford Model T and like other vehicles like in this outdoor kind of parking garage area. Oh, thanks, Johnny. I appreciate you. How you doing today? You ready for the weekend? Can you believe tomorrow's the 7th day, the end of the first week of August already? We don't have a lot of time before we have to get our butts up to San Francisco, guys. And then after San Francisco, it would be really good to go visit my mom. And then after that, just drive down south to like San Diego. Because TwitchCon is in November. Sometimes I see people launch a drone and I'm like, man, I could be doing that on stream. So maybe we'll get a drone certification and buy a drone eventually. Because bro, if I'm gonna keep like showcasing places like this, and if I'm gonna keep like, you know, there's so much landscape and so many contours and angles and views that you could be looking at, I think it would be kind of sick. So basically what I can do is I can have a drone transfer the data to my phone. So like you guys could be watching it live. You know, I could stand right here, switch to the drone camera, and then you'd be like seeing me, and then I could like launch it up into the sky, streaming that footage live. Not that many people do it, but a few people do and have, and I mean, that would be like pretty freaking epic, wouldn't it? Oh no, a yawn. I I need to go to Costco and re-up on all my waters and caffeine and snacks and all that stuff. Dean, Dude and SF, thank you again for that huge generous donation. I'm glad that we figured out how to get you unrestricted from chat. That was really weird. At least now we know how to do it. I'm still not convinced of the whole moon thing. I don't think that I think it's been like 60 years since we've exited like a certain distance from the Earth's atmosphere. Like we haven't really gone so far, but oh yeah, speaking of that kind of stuff, I was watching, what's his name? Neil deGrasse talk about some stuff. Somebody was asking him about if the UFOs exist. And he said, you could look at it like this. The size comparison is valid. It's like if you took a spoon and you went to the ocean and you picked up 1 tablespoon of water, and that's human civilization on planet Earth. And it's like, there is so much fucking more to the ocean than just 1 spoonful of organisms, you know, that you scoop up. And that the Hollywood image and the psychology, self-reflection of humans is that people are scared of aliens because they fear that they're like us. And what do humans do? What do we do? We kill each other for money. We fucking murder each other. We genocide people. Like, so when we think about this unidentified extraterrestrial whatever, there's this fear, and like I feel like it's like in reality it's probably infinitely more complex and confusing, and anybody that's way more intelligent than us probably doesn't kill each other like we do. Like, we're literally like an ant farm, you know? Like, there's gotta be intelligent life out there that doesn't really give a fuck about killing or whatever. It's more intelligently connected. Like, it would only... And if there is, they know we're here. They know that we're just over here playing in a sandbox, and it just feels like it, at least. I do see the moon, but I don't think they've stepped foot on it back then. Maybe. Potchpod, what's up, dude? How are you? Wise words are being said. Well, I mean, I just kind of learned it from... I mean, it's just kind of a takeaway I had from this clip I watched of Neil deGrasse. It's like, and how are you? Jagged! Yo! Thank you so much for the $10 dono, dude. Let's go. Can we get some hype emotes in chat for that? So let's get used to this, guys. When somebody donates, if you're subscribed, if you drop a few of these little hype emotes in the chat, it's just a nice way to acknowledge support. And, you know, we all can't always donate, and we can't, you know, so like, let's always just make sure we try. If we have a free hand, if we're not busy, a few of these little hype emotes. And then when the pattern catches, which it did last year, we just kind of lost sight of it. But like anytime somebody subscribes, it's like 5 people like hype emotes in the chat. And then it doesn't even have to be explained as much. It just becomes like a norm. Like people will just kind of match the energy and copy it. But I would love to pick up the pace on that. Not only because it's important to acknowledge everybody in some facet, in some way, but because in preparation for the subathon, I want every sub that comes into the subathon to be celebrated. I want to make sure that this is an event and we celebrate it as such. Anybody who's waited all fucking year, like last year, somebody gifted a sub and it's the first time they ever gifted a sub. And they were like, I can't really afford to do this, but you warned us a few months in advance about this, so I saved up a little bit and I was able to gift 1 sub. And I still remember it to this day. You know, there's people who gifted like 50 subs at once, but you know, it matters that everybody that's participating is acknowledged. And to that person, again, thank you. It does mean a lot. The subs are like $6 or more, depending on where you pay for the payment. And believe it or not, that $6 that you saved and spent on that subathon, even though we hit a couple thousand subs, it's because of that. It's because of everybody's participation, you know? So I would love to, especially during the subathon, make sure that we acknowledge and validate just simply. You don't even have to say anything other than just a few of those emotes. It says everything. It'll make sense. And I actually copied this from a VTuber named Crystal. And when I met her in person, I was like, oh my God. I like literally fangirled because I watch her VTubing streams and she does GTA RP. And she's kind of a legend in that scene. Like if you watch GTA RP for a long time, you've seen her characters, you know who she is. And I just take a loving to. I just took a Andy Milonakis. Yeah, Crystalist, Crystal Street, Crystal ST. I took a liking to Andy Milonakis a long time ago, so I followed him on Twitch like years ago, and at one point he rated her, and I was like, oh, I love this channel. And anytime somebody subscribes, the chat would spam like an emote of them like holding a heart, and it was like fluid. Like every time any kind of sub came in, it was like do 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 like, and I was like, oh my God, I need to adopt that. It makes everybody feel appreciated, and like when more people are able to recognize that you supported, it just kind of accumulates into this gratitude circle. And I told her, I was like, even though our streams are way different and you do GTA RP and you're a VTuber and I do IRL, I was like, I admire your streams, and I've actually taken notes and like had things that I implemented in my streams based on being inspired by you, because I think that you and your community are role models, even if you do different content. Like so I ran up to her at TwitchCon and told her all this. It was such a sweet moment. She gave me like this little bag with like custom stickers and like keychain, like little takeaways and like a little note and stuff, like a little fortune. She's so sweet. And her community was like, oh my God, it's Bliss. Like when she turned her phone towards me, it was like, oh shit, it's Bliss. Because I'm like a regular in her streams for a long time before like meeting her. And they were like, it's okay, it's Bliss. Like they were like, phew, because like I just ran up and was like, oh my God, I don't mean to interrupt you or make you uncomfortable because I know you're a VTuber, but I can't believe you're here. Like it's so cool. And I actually had never seen her face, so I didn't even know really who I was looking for, really. But she was doing an IRL stream and she was showing her face. So, and then I got like permission. Either way, long story short, it turned out to be really nice. You'd be surprised, man, if you widen your vision, you know, like you diversify the content that you support or you watch or you're inspired by. You think, oh, I need to be watching IRL streamers. I might learn a thing from them. Bro, you can learn something from everybody. In fact, some of the best things I learned were not from IRL streamers. Honestly. Some of the most heartfelt, sweetest communities I've ever seen, I noticed that in gamer chats, you know, little cozy chats. I learned from Crystal that lurkers are such a big part of your stream, because like nobody would chat for like 10 minutes once in a while, and then somebody would subscribe and then like 15 people would be like hype emote or, you know, whatever, heart emote in response. Or like if she said anything, like dozens and dozens of people would be chatting. And she's probably one of the streams that I was like, wow, lurkers are so important. Like the people that are watching but not always typing, makes up such a big part of your view count, and the higher your view count, the better placement and discovery you get, so on and so forth. It's crazy. That's something that I think streamers have a hard time adjusting to learning, is that there's this like ceiling above like 15 viewers, there's this ceiling above like 25, 30 viewers, and there's like this ceiling above, 40, 50, 60, and then you make that breakthrough beyond all of them to like the 75 viewer range. 75 is your eligibility for partnership. So if you have X amount of streams in a month that are 75 average or above, if you have that for 2 months in a row, then you get partner. It's good to know that some of your stream and your view count is made up by people who do not and are not obliged or not even expected to chat. Sometimes a small streamer will look at their stream and be like they just don't realize the bigger picture, or like the deeper level of it. Like the surface level is like, that's how many people you have watching your stream, however many people in the chat that are chatting. Maybe if you have 30 viewers, maybe there's only 4 people chatting. Dude, I've had 150 viewers and only 4 people are chatting, until I'm like, hey, roll call, everybody type 1 if you're lurking. Sorry to interrupt your life. I know not everybody wants to type. And then the chat's like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And just learning to like mentally balance the fact that a lot of people are not going to chat, and they chat when they want. They chat when it's meant to be, if they are going to at all. And to the degree of like Seth and Kelly, it's like, how, they never chatted, and they're super cool. I would consider them friends at this point in real life. And they never chatted once, but they know more about the streams than anybody who's watched all the time. So it's so much more diverse than people give it credit for. People be like, why is my chat so quiet? I'm like, let your lurkers lurk. Don't call them out. At least disguise it as a check-in or something, bro. Like, what are you doing? People be like, why is nobody typing? I'm going to end the stream. Nobody's typing. And I'm like, bro, you have 40 viewers. Like, give them 60 seconds to fucking chew their food or wipe the butt of the baby they're raising or walking their dog and listening audio only. Like, people never give themselves the benefit of a doubt. If their sub count goes down 1, or if their follower count goes down, they're like, yesterday I was at 100 followers, now I'm at 99. I must suck at this. Bro. People get banned from Twitch, the entire website, on a regular basis. People have life issues and they stop going on social media and they delete their accounts. People delete the app. There's so many reasons that are so much bigger than anything that has to do with you as to why you lose a follower, why somebody stopped showing up when they used to show up every day and they made your day and they were so cool and everybody loved them. Bro, streaming is life. Everything that can happen off stream can happen on stream. People get busy, they get busier, they become more distant. And I think that some streamers will judge and condemn those people for the distance and be like, oh, you don't like watching me, or oh, you're too cool for me. And it's like, I really hope that streamers drop that bullshit and they just respect the time that people take away because it's needed. You don't judge and condemn people for taking space. You don't be like, where the fuck have you been? You were my ride or die. It's like, bruh, you really have to respect and love people. And I've had people apologize deeply to me, like, yo, I had this come up in my life, and man, I thought about you all the time, but I knew if I opened Twitch, it's not smart. Like, I gotta handle my business, and like, my bad for not letting you know. I've had people like rationalize through and through with me for taking space from Twitch. And my response is always, bro, I'm so glad that you took some space. Like, I'm so glad you didn't feed the Twitch demon in your brain that thinks you absolutely need to prioritize that over real life shit. And like, respect, welcome back. Like, I don't expect you to be here every day. I'm just glad you stopped by today to give me an update. Like, no pressure. And it's very hands-off that way. I'm not tethering myself. I'm not becoming dependent or making them feel like there's some kind of counter dependency between us, or because that's bullshit. People do that to their viewers a lot. But I'm so glad that I've met and watched a lot of streamers who just do it in a way that feels like, oh, I'll adopt that. I like that. Like if I hadn't already naturally started doing something that I appreciate, I just naturally adopt it and just move on. Yo, Storm, what's up, dude? Oh shit, you're on both platies. Let's go. I'm doing good, thank you. How are you? Yeah, one of the only unexplainable things that's bothering me has been the fact that my vertical discovery is nerfed on YouTube, meaning I don't get discovery anymore, cold discovery. That is one of the lingering things that smells like ass that's cooking on the back stove in my brain. By the time we finish the subathon, I will decide. And I'm going to be promoting my both YouTube channels during the whole subathon. So we're going to be making sure we let people know another channel exists that may be fully dedicated to IRL live streaming instead of streaming on my main. So we're going to need to make sure all the regulars follow IRL Bliss. And I think I'm going to rename it Potential Bliss 2. Or I'm going to name it Potential Bliss Live or something. I don't know. But there will be some kind of rename so it matches up with Potential Bliss. So if people search for Potential Bliss, they'll always be able to find my other channels because they're so close in spelling or in whatever. The next subathon will mark a year since I stumbled across the Bliss community. Oh, that's so sweet. Wow, a whole year, huh? Ooh, I forgot the Melt. I forgot there's so many of those burger spots in San Diego. The Melt. Let me see. Oh yeah, it doesn't have followers for myself, of course. See, like, look, let me out drummer. See, when your friends tell you they lurk, and then you can actually confirm it. Damn, 5 days and 18 hours, bro. Let's go. Office drummer almost spent 6 full days watching me. He must have fallen asleep and left that shit open or something. And change IRL Bliss to Potential Bliss. Maybe. That might confuse people, but I did consider that actually, Jagged. I did some consideration of that. One year, 6 months, 5 days. 1 year, 7 months, 4 days. Rainbow Raccoon had their 56-month anniversary subscription to the channel today, guys. Rainbow Raccoon, 56-month subscriber. Yo, 30 days. Let's go. Ron Chant, 1 year, 6 months following. Right, yeah, he got his start on Reddit. Yep. Yeah, 56 months, dude. That's one of the highest, that is the highest, longest subscription we've had on this channel. And, yeah. Sometimes I like to see if, okay, later, Ron Chant. Sometimes you gotta see if like Twitch watches you. 0 seconds watching me. Damn Twitch. Let's see. Let's see. Has Amaranth watched my stream? Oh no, wait, I did it wrong. Damn, Kai Cenat's never watched my stream? What the? See how much my friend Jocelyn has watched. 30 minutes? That's crazy. It must have reset. Sushi? Zero seconds? Wait. Damn, what a hater. Do you know why I can't see stream elements? I don't know. Did you block them? Did you? You must have blocked them. Or something. Maybe you should go to Stream Elements Twitch page and see if you have them blocked. You must. That is trippy. I forgot you said that the other day, huh? Maybe you blocked them on accident or on purpose. What's Dan Clancy's username? Is this still DJ Dan Clancy? Wait, it responded with my own. It says I've spent 2 months and 23 hours watching. That's funny because earlier it said 0, remember? Who do you think would lurk random streams that is like the higher upper echelon, but like lurks streams? Adept. He's known to raid small streamers. 0 seconds. What do you mean Cinna hasn't watched my stream? What do you mean Adept hasn't watched my stream? Watching them try to get out, it's crazy. It's so slippery. Let me think. Let's see if Streamer Dap has ever watched. 0 seconds, man. I've done like 12, 13 campaign sponsorships through them. Maybe they observe on a different account. Because they do a little bit of lurking. They check on their people for sure. It's gonna be another beautiful sunset tonight. I'm still obsessed with these songs I've been listening to recently. The Venice guy? Which one? Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Nat. I still need to upload a video, so I went down here and I made an hour-long video early in the morning, and I just sat right here and watched the tide rise for an hour in pure silence with not speaking one word for an hour while streaming. And I recorded it. And I've never uploaded it. I kind of want to upload it. Oh yeah, German in Venice, yeah. But he does YouTube. Upload it. I know I need to. We still need to find new streamers for the small streamer shoutouts. If you look at the top of the Discord, there's like a streamer shoutout section. You can drop the link to any streamer that you like. Small streamers, please. Somebody with like a good heart, somebody with like, you know, diamonds in the rough are always the best, but somebody that you really believe in beyond it being like, oh, I hope it works out for them. You're like, oh, well, all they really need is more support. All they really need is somebody like you and other people to shout them out, raid them, etc. So if you can think of any small streamers, non-partners, that are good-hearted people, that have good content, whatever it is, any kind of content, and put their fucking username or put their link into that Discord section. So making a list, every 200 subs we grow on the subathon, we'll give a shout out, like an in-depth shout out to a small streamer. And I'm only gonna do it up to like 15 of them or something like that. Like once we get towards if the subathon goes for up to 30 days, there will just reach a point where it's like there's no more left. And it's just like the energy is spent. But we do need a good dozen or more to really fill the void of like fulfilling the fact that I want to do that. Fried rice, pork taco, put dill, pickle, mayo, lettuce, cucumber, more mayo, then fried rice with veggies, cherry balsamic glaze, pork tender. What the? That sounds crazy. Sounds good. Wanted a fried egg, but when I cracked it open, the whites were super liquid and the yolks were drying up. May I try to unblock Jagged Planet? Wait, what do you mean? Their issue is that... What's up, Stayuti? Hello. Hi, Rachel. The issue is that Jagged's not seeing the chat only from Stream Elements. So I think that they need to see if they blocked Stream Elements, which is probably what happened. Now, what are you talking about, Lone Ranger? They're not stuck in chat jail. I don't think that... Aw, thank you, Rachel. Hi, how are you? It's good to see you. Yeah, you know, I think tomorrow could be a good day for La Jolla. Lots of walking, kind of a touristy sort of town anyways, so I don't feel like I'm encroaching on the vibe. I think there's a command to unblock their Stream Elements blockage. I've never heard of that. Whoa. I don't know. I don't know what do you think it is? I think that they blocked Stream Elements somewhere at some point somehow, and if they go to Stream Elements page and they like click the 3 dots, it'll probably say unblock. So it's not that it's not like reading their time, their watch time. Just no matter what, when Stream Elements types it, they never see it. I've never heard of it, so I don't know. Where did you hear about that, Lone? Nah, I've never heard of it. It's similar to a shout-out command? What does it look like? Yo, Rachel! 18 months in a row! Oh my god, thank you. That's exactly a year and a half. Yo! Hype emotes! Incoming! Stream Elements may have spam filter block. But that would be blocking them from spamming the chat. It wouldn't be blocking Jagged from seeing Stream Elements chat. What can fix this is if you go, Jagged Planet goes and clicks the name in the viewer list or goes to Stream Elements Twitch page and then like blocks and unblocks them or just unblocks them, because technically I don't know what you're talking about. Unblock username. But doesn't that be a spam filter that takes effect and impacts the user and not the bot being seen, right? My stomach is like turning because I don't know how to make sense of this. I don't think that that command will help, personally. You could try it. It wouldn't hurt. I miss this emote so much. Aw. I love my cat emotes. See, look, Jagged. You don't see it? You didn't see that? Or maybe this time you did? Bro, we're always fixing random shit on Twitch, huh? I don't know, man. I think you blocked Stream Elements. It's the only rational explanation. Unless that unblock feature, I don't know why it would do it to begin with. Yo, Clive! Oh my god, thank you so much for the raid. What's up? How are you? How you doing? Thank you so much. It says successfully unblocked. Okay. Your most used on Twitch altogether is the dog? I love that. The cooked. I think that's our only dog emote, too. Yeah. 1 dog and 1, 2... 3, 4, 5 cats. It was blocked for some reason, but I unblocked it and it still doesn't show up. Okay, now you should close your phone and reopen it, or close the browser and reopen it. Or like maybe log out, log in, but maybe just closing the browser or the app and reopening it if you're using a phone. My guess is you're using a phone. He said that he had them blocked. He said it was blocked for some reason, but I unblocked it. See, that's what I knew that was what it was. Oh, you see it now? You see it? Is that why you did all the hype emotes? Right? Is that why you did the hype emotes? Because it worked? When you rack up 30 days of watch time, I mean, it's nice to be able to see it when you type it. If you had like 2 hours of watch time, I'd be like, I don't fucking care. Who cares? I'd be like, forget about the watch time. But 30 days, 30 times 24 hours is a lot. You still haven't confirmed with a yes. I am like becoming devilishly hungry. It's about that time. Bro, last night I fucking rolled a joint. And I put it in my pocket. And I was like, let me go get some food. Let me go like mingle. Let me just like get my, get right. And then I like reached down to my pocket. Gone. Somebody else must have found it somewhere. But yeah, I lost it. I was like, whoops, where'd that go? Uh-oh. Well, we've learned something. Well, I don't think it was the unblock that you typed. No offense. Because I think it was him clicking the button and realizing that he blocked stream elements altogether. City taco time? Maybe. Dude, when I got a chili relleno taco yesterday and a mushroom taco. And it was like I never left. It was like I never skipped a beat. I took a bite and I was just like, oh. And all the coworkers were hanging out at my table talking to me about just life, catching up. They're like, man, I haven't seen you all summer, it feels like. And I was like, yeah, fucking LA, man. I just been there. But such nice kids working there too. Like some kids in their early 20s, still going to college, still like young and happy and like grew up here type shit. Then like the manager and then Jeffrey, they're older, they're like in their 40s and 50s. Nah, not 50s. Definitely in their 40s. Did you cheat on us or did I miss it? I cheated on you guys. To be fair, the first time I went there, I skipped getting tacos. And they were like, no, tacos? And I was like, I know, I'm not hungry though. You just realized we're not in LA? Yeah, we're in San Diego. Bro, there's this place called Plant Powered Fast Food. And I've walked past it 200 times. I've driven past it 500 times. And I've always seen it's like vegetarian, plant-based. And I looked them up and I've been like, they make this like quinoa patty or whatever. It's like, I'm not a huge fan of the multi-grain patties, even though it's kind of where it all started, like house-made veggie patties. And they're a little more filling too, they're dense. But I prefer the meaty fake patties. And I didn't realize this place also offers that as an option. And I was like, oh man, I've been avoiding this place. It actually has really fucking good food. I got this thing they call the Big Zac. It's like a fake Big Mac, but it's all vegetarian. It's like this fucking tall. I had to like eat the top of the bun, and then eat a bite of the meat, and then eat the bottom. I had to like decide how to eat it on the spot. Like, how do I even do this? Unfollowed, no. I can't keep talking about food. What I need is to just get food. Yep, we're not in LA or Kansas. It was unblocked but wouldn't show. I think I restarted it and you did the command at the same. Exactly. It's hard to tell if it was the. I don't know, Lone. I think that they waited till like the last second to click it and click unblock, and it was very much aligned with when you did it. I would assume that the method that I suggested is probably the one that worked, and I have no idea what the blocking is. You should look up what is /block and /unblock through Stream Elements. Is that like banning, or is that like spam, like limiting people's, like putting a limit on how much they can type or something maybe? Yeah, we may have learned. It's tough to know. It's tough to know. We weren't able to isolate each test, so that's okay though. Look. That's how you know. That's how you know we're in San Diego. Oh, so hungry. Oh, I need food, guys. Bro, I can eat so much today. You guys are so generous. I'm about to get some food. I think a little less of like being the guy who just walks in streaming and all over town. A little bit, especially for right now. Feels better, even though City Tacos is like, where's your stream? Did you quit streaming? What's going on? When I go in there not streaming, they fully support it, and they're super cool. I don't know, I keep bringing this up, but man, the more you do content, you learn which places feel like it doesn't belong. Like, it'd be good to stream there, but it's like these people, 100% of these people in Ocean Beach would rather probably not some dude walking around streaming everything that's going on. And not because there's anything to hide, but because the town is just such a special place. So I've just been feeling that in the air, you know? Yo, what is up, Eric? How you doing, Pierce the Snail? I don't know. Dude, you know what I really want though? Is I want to take us to the Melt. We can do that when we go to the Gas Lamp coming up soon. We'll go downtown and we'll go to the Melt. And I think they use like 16 ounces of cheese on every fucking burger or something. Like some crazy, like almost a pound of cheese or something on every burger. Unblocking when it's total chat elements can only be done by streamer or mod, I believe, / but what does it do? Schmucken. Hope you're having a great day so far. Today's been such a good day, dude. What strain are you on? No poops this September? Wait, what do you mean? I'm gonna be pooping a lot in September. I don't think I can get this. I can't get a stand-up burrito. I don't know a spot that like, let's be real, a traditional Mexican restaurant that sells a burrito that's veggies only, that shit don't stand up unless they have a really good bean and cheese burrito. But like, it doesn't really stand up next to the real burritos that have meat in them and stuff, and that's coming from a vegetarian. But like, some places do. Some places will make it like, damn, you guys slay a veggie burrito. I know it's just rice, beans, cheese, lettuce, tomato, avocado, cilantro, but it just seems like some places like really put love into their veggie burritos and it's harder to find. Oh, yeah. just like all the girls I used to know at festivals. They would eat cheese pizza every day to reduce the amount of times that they would poop during the festival. They'll literally just eat like flambe or whatever, just like cheese. Just cheese. You give them a bowl of cheese, they'll eat the whole thing. You had chicken tortilla soup and no chicken, so it was basically vegetarian. Nice. My mom always used to make this chicken lemon rice soup. And then she would hand roll dolmas, like grape leaves. And then she would like steam those in a pot on the oven and the stove. And then when you eat the chicken lemon rice soup, you grab a bunch of grape leaves with it, and you can like drop it in the soup, cut a grape leaf open and eat it with the soup. So good, dude. And she would make like this lemon sauce that you could, it was almost like a lemon mayonnaise, almost, but it wasn't. It was like this lemon sauce for the grape leaves too. Super good. Yeah, right. Look at, they're in the cave. Searching for cool stuff. Yeah, we did. We did. The family dinners, the meals, birthdays, 4th of July, like whatever. Like, what was the most hated food and the most loved food at your family's? If anybody brought like a Jell-O cake or like, what the fuck is that even called? Like Jell-O cake? I don't fucking know. Or they put like vegetable, like fruit cakes and stuff. Apparently when I was a little kid, when I would order a burger, like at a restaurant with my family, and I would look at the waiter or waitress, and I'd be like, "It's not cow, is it?" And my mom would be like, to the waiter or waitress, and they'd be like, "No, it's just a burger." And like, for some reason, I wouldn't eat meat if they told me it was a cow because I thought cows were like cute, you know? So I was just like, all right, I'll eat it as long as it's not a cow. But every time it was fucking beef, you know what I mean? They're like, Danny, it's just beef. So definitely don't worry about the cows, okay, buddy? It's kind of funny that fast forward, you know, I've been vegetarian for 17 years. I never thought I would be. I don't know. I never really, you know. And when I see people promoting PETA, like animal abuse videos to try to encourage people to be vegetarian, it turns me off. Like, I don't even like PETA. Like, I don't like what they're doing. I don't think that you should be standing out there showing manufacturing facilities to sway people to be vegetarian. Like, I've been a pretty hardcore vegetarian for 17 years, and it didn't take any of that bullshit propaganda. And honestly, PETA's probably pocketing shit fuck tons of money. And they're probably, you know what I mean? Like, fuck that. I don't trust people that like preach to have the same beliefs as you, but do it in a way that's so aggressive and like vigilante, where it's like, we might believe the same thing, but you're doing it wrong. And somehow you're the people on the pedestal. Like, you're the one that if I say PETA, everybody knows who you are. It's almost like the aggressive tactics they feel are necessary to like be bold and shit, you know? Oh, nice, Grandma. That's awesome. So, you know, I was always like, bruh, animals are cool. Like, hunting is a necessity. I grew up in Michigan. People hunt, people eat the food. We get venison from our neighbors. We get deer jerky. You know, you name it, fish, whatever. So I understand the whole fucking hunt, gather, eat, survive concept. And I also understood at a young age that there's farms with shit tons of animals literally just being grown, like raised just to kill them, and it just happens so fast. It's such a fast and quick lifespan for them. And I was just like, yeah, that's how the world fucking works. It sucks. But I did not become vegetarian because of things I can't control, right? I became vegetarian because of things I can control, like what I put in my fucking mouth and chew and swallow. So personally, I've never been one to preach vegetarianism. I've never suggested anyone should try it ever, not once. Literally, believe it or not, 17 years, I've never tried to sway somebody to be a vegetarian. I don't give a fuck, dude. I do this for me. And I don't have such a big naive ego that I think I'm going to change the world. So for me, it's just like, I'm vegetarian just cause. I had a friend who was vegetarian, and I swear to God, I watched him run up a mountain. And I was like, I was like, maybe I need to try that. Like, maybe there's something to this. And that's like the only reason I tried. I was like, man, he seems very happy, healthy. His cognitive functions are on point. He's very intelligent, super friendly, super trustworthy. I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll try it. And 17 fucking years later, I'm an omnivore. I just eat whatever is cheap and available. Staiuti, we call that a freegan. No dietary restrictions as long as you can get it in your hands and in your mouth. You don't care if it's veggies or meat or eggs, cheese. Like, no allergy, no dietary restrictions at all. I'm a full-blown carnivore. Hell yeah. I'll still cheer you on. I don't care. I break the stereotype, like, you know, a little bit. I think it's important to remember that people gotta fucking eat. I remember, like, right after I became vegetarian, I cooked like 50 chicken wings on a barbecue for my girlfriend and her whole Mexican family at that time. And they were basically like, guys, nobody wants to cook the meat, so if you're here to eat the meat and shit, like, we're just gonna fucking skip it. And I was like, what? We came like all the way to this public park, and there was grills and all this stuff, and we brought their whole family. And I was like, wasn't the most important part that we all just chill and eat? And they were like, what do you care? You're not gonna eat any of this. And I was like, yeah, but why are you guys being so fucking lazy? Like, what the hell? Everybody's hungry. And so I cooked all the chicken wings for them, even though they didn't bring any veggie food. And I was happy. I was like, how is it? Pretty good cook, huh? Because I wasn't born vegetarian. I had to cook for myself for years, man. My mom, I love her to death. She worked full time, and she sometimes worked into the night. And so if I didn't feed myself by the time she got home, I was starving, you know? So I made myself dinner every night. I made all kinds of stuff. Grilling is funny even if you're not eating it. Hey, Dalai Lama, how are you? Oh, how about this? What is the craziest, funniest mishap you've ever had in the kitchen? What's the craziest, funniest, random things you've ever had in the kitchen? Okay, do you guys know what mastacholi is? Mastacholi, big fucking dish of noodles. They're like the penne or whatever. They're like the noodles that are like this long, and they're like have a hole in them, and they're fucking amazing. And like, imagine this big thing filled with like meat and sauce, and it's all mixed already. It's like this giant fucking huge container, and I accidentally dropped it. It fell out of my fridge, and it was like fresh made food that was supposed to last us like 5 days while my mom's working. and the fucking food just waterfalled out the fridge and went across the entire floor. And I was just like, oh, my mom's gonna kill me. Yoisty, what's up? How are you? It's so good to see you. Or the time where I was being impatient and I tossed a bottle of ketchup across my kitchen, thinking, I don't know what I was thinking, maybe it'll land on the counter or something and I won't have to walk back. Either way, it landed on the floor and it exploded and it like projectiled across the room, and there was just like, it looked like somebody had been murdered in there. Ceiling, walls, floor. It was almost like I aggressively threw it at the wall at 100 miles per hour. But all I did was go and tossed it across my kitchen, trying to get it to the counter. Fucking hit the ground and literally launched across the whole kitchen. I was like, oh my God. Or one time I was cooking and I dropped the pan and I burnt a circle into the floor. I don't know if you guys know about view houses that you view. Like, imagine a whole neighborhood's built and one of the houses has like an office in it, and it's for like managing people that come and view houses so they can see what they look like. It's like a model house. A lot of people step in and out of it. It gets used, it gets wear and tear. So they put like commercial carpet in the garage. They put commercial carpet in the kitchen. So like, I think that my family got like a good deal on the house because it was the demo house or whatever. So like when we moved in, we had carpet in the fucking kitchen. We had carpet in our fucking garage. And we left it there for like many years. People would walk in and look at the floor in the kitchen and go, carpet in the kitchen. And we'd have to be like, yeah, it was a demo, like display house or whatever the fuck. But I burnt a bunch of holes in that carpet cooking until finally they replaced it with like a fake laminate floor or something like that. My cat started a fire on my stove on the day I called in sick. I never put piles of newspaper on my stove to this day. Wow, so did your cat push like the ignition or turn the flame on? I learned the hard way to never spray your sink nozzle into a spoon because it'll spray your face. That has happened to me so many times. I'll even turn the faucet down to like just a little tiny little stream. I'm like, okay, I'm safe. And the second it hits the spoon, it's like, that's so funny you bring that up. I haven't used a sink like that in ages, 3 years. But I do remember that. I once burned my lip while cooking bacon. I no longer cook in the buff. Wait, what? What do you mean by that? Wait, cook in the buff? Electric had buttons on the back so they could walk on them. Oh, that's crazy, really? Yo, look at this glimmer, bro. I'm just mystified by it. A smart man. It's okay, I cut through my tendons once on accident in the kitchen. Had to get surgery and go to physical therapy to be able to bend my finger ever again. Really bad about rinsing the spoon. I get soaked every time. Yeah, you kind of just got to soap up the spoon and turn it right side up, or business side down or up. I don't know. What? You know what's the saddest thing to happen in the kitchen is when somebody leaves like the freezer open all night and everything's like thawed and you're like, man, should I fucking keep it all or should I ditch it? It's such a waste. People. There's a bodyboard. Gotta go. Much love. Yo, later, dude. Appreciate you a ton, man. I'm glad you figured out the stream elements thing, even though we don't know exactly what fixed it. Appreciate you, man. Guys, everybody say goodnight to Jagged. I'd love to find lighter, more like easy on my arthritis that's been developing more and more over time than this tripod and all that stuff. One of my goals was to buy a new DJI camera this year so I could add that into my mix of gear, but I haven't bought anything fun this year at all. I haven't bought one upgrade because I had to divert my finances towards focusing more on the windshield and stuff. But that was one of my goals, is to get like a DJI Osmo or something that's self-stabilizing. And they actually have a new one coming out right now that they just put out. And even Insta has one that's just like it too. But I think that that's the future of my streaming eventually. Something lighter, easier to balance, easier to carry, better stabilization, less weight on my knuckles and my tendons and stuff. Thank you guys so much for wishing Jagged a good night. Ooh, tahini and watermelon. Oh yeah, if you have a tasteless watermelon, you dude, you gotta like, the key is to squeeze some lime on it and put a little bit of that tahini on there. That's just the only way. There's nothing worse than a flavorless watermelon. Like, truly. Let's set ourselves up to go visit someone else on here. Set up for the raid. I could just stay on forever, man. But I am trying to have a good balance while I'm here. A.m. I'm off. Good night, Danny, and all take care and have fun later. Appreciate you, Lona Ranger. Fuck, I should grab some tequila and grapefruit at the grocery store and make myself a Paloma. Did you see Sushi Dragon in Streamer University? I did. Sushi Dragon's a friend of mine. He has given me the green light that if I ever want to come out to Montana and stay with him at his warehouse, that I have full permission and that I could park inside of the warehouse and I can cook and I can clean myself up there, all this stuff. So maybe one day we got to Montana. It's fucking out there though. I know you put me on his streams. They're dope. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, he. I always thought he's the most underrated streamer. Even if he has like hundreds of viewers, I still feel like he deserves all the love. He's so creative, so fun. But anybody else who's hanging out, make sure you say something so that I can bid you a proper adieu, a good night, all that good stuff. I'm gonna pop in like a music or a podcast into my headphones, and I'm gonna go find some food. If you guys are not on the Discord, this is what I say when I end every stream. I say, please join the Discord. If you want updates on what I'm doing, where I'm going, when I'm streaming, or just anytime you ever want to talk, you can say hello in that chat. It's similar to this community where a lot of these people that are here every day are also in the Discord. I've been promoting the Discord for like 10 years. Maybe not, maybe 7 or 8 years I've had it. And I promoted it like on Instagram, I promoted it on YouTube, and so it's all pretty good people from different eras of my social media participation. Aw, thank you, Cynic. Thank you. Have a great night. Talk soon. Yes. I'll hit you up. I got you. I'll DM you, Mike. Have a good evening, Danny. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, life's been tough. I've been wanting to get back into longer and evening streams for so many months, but it hasn't really panned out in that way, so I'm just gonna roll with whatever works. But I love you guys. Thank you, V-Kite. Appreciate you. Sweet dreams. Oh, I still have to pick somebody. Edith Barron's on, but how long is he going to be on for? He might be getting off soon. Oh, I wonder what Green Alchemy's up to. Is he rolling some crazy? Oh, he's rolling a Pikachu! Oh, shit, let's raid Green Alchemy. Him and his community has always been so nice. He's a professional artist, but his art is literally rolling joints. I'm not even kidding. Like, he rolls art pieces that he enters into contests. And he's a very sweet-hearted guy, too. Very nice. So, you guys, come with me over there real quick. Just say what's up. Be like, show me your art. And he'll literally pull out a bunch of crazy fucking joints that you've never seen in your life. When I say this guy rolls as an art, he could create one of me. He said he'll create one of the van or something, and we could meet up at TwitchCon and smoke it in the van. Something like that. But either way, let's go check out his stream. He's a Twitch partner. Oh my god, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh, we literally just started a raid ourselves. Oh my god, thank you. Welcome in, raiders. My name is Danny. Look, we're at Ocean Beach. We're at Sunset Cliffs. It's gorgeous here. I don't know what else to say other than we will be back. We can get out here for a nice sunrise. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Z and Z. Welcome, raiders. Love you guys. My name's Danny. I IRL stream often. I live and stream out of a van, but I'm always on foot too. My friends at Barktech, yo, thank you so much for the raid. That's so generous of you. I'll have to check out your channel and make sure that I check in with you. I hope you had a good stream. Yeah, we're like 10 seconds away from us finishing this raid, so we will be cut off soon. Yeah, copy paste these messages, guys. Love you guys. You're amazing. Shout out Seth and Kelly too for stopping by my van this morning and treating me with a nice smoothie and some